And welcome back to another episode of Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. When we last left the Icewind Trekkers, they had left the comforts of a dwarven fortress in the valley and set out to find this altar somewhere in the base of Kelvin's cairn. They would seek out a druid that could possibly resurrect their fallen friend, Geist. And in doing so, they came into contact with this mountainous gully, and at the top of which they saw a strange little white ferret seem to scamper off suddenly as if alerted by some sort of presence. And as you surveyed your surroundings, you realized that a band of orcs were surrounding you. Clearly raiders or scavengers here in this land. You had no option but to defend yourselves. And amidst this battle, suddenly the mountainside shook and a great white avalanche began to plummet towards you. And you could see there was a druid at the very top, almost like the cause of this avalanche. It's almost as if she was sweeping her mountain clean of its invaders. And you guys managed to stick together and hold fast against the tide of snow. The orcs, less so. A couple of unlucky ones really got completely buried. After the snow settled, you realized some of them were still alive, and some of your allies were still buried under. So there was a battle between digging them out as well as fending these orcs off. But you managed to come out successfully, and the frost druid sort of appeared next to you and claimed that you should finish them off. These orcs were helpless, unarmed, surrendered, and some of them just ahead in the snow. And you went round one by one, effectively eliminating them all, knowing that whatever orc wives and children are waiting for them back at home will likely never see their family again. And with that, the frost druid beckoned you to follow her. She took you to this frozen altar, where she said that you have already passed 2 tests. The test of endurance, the test of cruelty, and there yet lies 2 more tests to pass if you seemingly wish to earn her favor. I mean, you haven't explained exactly why you're here, but you are carrying a body, and I think this isn't her first rodeo. You already know she's potentially helped bring back someone before, but in this case, didn't mention anything about tests. There's this altar with these old kind of druidic runes, and she said the next test was a test of isolation, and that when you were ready, you would place your hand upon the altar. And one by one, each of you were whisked away in a flurry of snow. All except Barritomus, who has decided to stay behind, and in a strange sense, in his logic at least, passed the test by not joining his allies. The druid kind of grimaced at this fact and then placed her own hand upon the altar and disappeared instead. So, that's where we left off. You left your axe beaks, Bits, and Andy behind, but hopefully they can guard those. Keep them defended. Most of the dangers have already passed in this remote location. So when you feel the cold swirl around you and it feels like you become like a snowflake on the wind, just pulled into the air, into the flurry and snow, you find yourself traversing what feels like miles and miles of tundra in mere moments. And when you come to, you can smell cooking. You can hear voices. The cold is still very much present, but it feels as though you have been pulled to a distant tribe, distant camp. you can see the aurora is just above your heads, sort of shimmering lights. And you appear effectively right on the outskirts of this camp here. And you're just taking a moment to gain your bearings and kind of pick yourselves up out of the snow. And you look around, you're all here except for Barry.
Damn it,
Where's
we lost the
Barry?
magic hat. I mean, we lost the dwarf. That's what I meant.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe he stayed behind. Geiss's body isn't here either. Maybe he's watching over it.
Would make sense. Somebody needs to stay behind. Also, Gagsby, it's an Andy back there. Hopefully he can take care of them as well. Make sure that they're out of the wind and in shelter. Where are we?
Look over, you can see the edge of a camp under a clear sky with the aurora shimmering. And all the warriors in the camp appear to be sharpening their weapons. You can hear the scraping of whetstones.
Oh.
Well, I guess we weren't meant to be that isolated from civilization. They have weapons and food.
Was
Yeah,
not-
it looks like
I thought this was I thought we would be going somewhere all separate from each other, but
yeah.
we're all here.
Oh.
Yeah. Isolated
here.
alone instead of isolated together.
We're here
We're not even
to
isolated together. There's...
revive Geist, right? And he's a Reghead tribesman, and those look like Reghead tribesmen, so that's probably gotta mean something, right?
Or maybe we're
Has anyone
supposed
noticed this
to
at all?
shoo their
Well-
company.
They are some lookouts. Clearly they're on alert, but they don't seem to approach you, or at least when they do, they like suddenly stop in their tracks and they lower their weapons as the frost druid appears behind you as well in a flurry of snow, as much the same. And they suddenly just stop in their tracks as if they know who this is, or at least what it means for something. The frost druid sort of dusts herself off for a moment and looks around between the party.
How is this a test
She
of
sighs.
isolation if we're here with other beings?
She looks at you.
Are we supposed to
And-
walk away from the camp into the wilderness?
She raises an eyebrow and says, "Your test lies ahead. In solitude, you can understand and harness your full potential. You will learn that depending on others makes you weak." And with that, she wisps her hand in the air, and you see a small snowflake appear and start spinning, a six-sided one, and it sort of floats up and hovers above each of your heads, and it just remains there, just sort of hovering. Doesn't feel like anything different about it, almost like maybe some sort of illusion or mark, but you don't feel anything coming from it. It's just perhaps a symbol. And as she does this, you see the Reged lookouts kind of looking against one another, and they seem to rush into the camp to alert someone of this presence. With that, you see the Frost Druid sort of just gesture towards the camp. She remains sort of on the outskirts, watching you.
I want.
I will say I will endure this test, but I still disagree with you. Traveling alone has never benefited anybody as much as traveling in a caravan does. There is strength in numbers, there is safety in numbers, there is comfort in numbers. that knowing that there is somebody who can help, I think, is one of the greatest things we have as a people.
Hmm. She says nothing to you as you offer these words of advice. She just watches until you finally leave.
As we're heading in, is there any indicator as to which of the Reghead tribes this might be?
Oh yes, very much so. As soon as you see their pelts, you see the sure sign of tiger tribe members. These are large crag cat pelts. You see like saber-tooth pets and instead of wolves, I know there's wolves on the map. Just think of these as like bobcats, like really large.
Yeah.
Large cats. Some of them perhaps smaller crag cats and the like. Mountain lions, that kind of thing.
Your buddy Geist ever tell you about the tiger tribe?
No,
Didn't
but
say much
why
about the wolf part,
tigers?
to be honest.
Yeah, shouldn't tigers be down in the jungles of Chult? I mean, I think it would be like the mountain lion tribe up here.
Yeah, you
The
get.
crag cat tribe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but you do get some sort of like tigers that hunt up here. They blend in with the snow, or so people have told me. Maybe crag cats are technically a form of tiger, right? I'm not sure. Animals, not my expertise.
You say bright orange animals blend in with the snow?
There are white
Tigers
tigers
can be
there?
white too.
Ah,
Yeah, they're not always orange.
Also, I mean, orange tigers somehow manage to blend into green, so who are we to judge based on the colour of their fur as to how well they'll blend?
we had a wizard once traveling with us, and he said that's because the deer and the antelopes didn't see orange. They saw that as like a form of a green that blended into different types of green. But I think he was just teasing us. I don't know that that's real.
The breakup. It's the breakup of this. It's the stripes. Same way some animals have stripes or spots, it helps to blend them in because it's not a consistent form.
I wonder. Skrapp just sort of thinks for a moment. You know, I might have to talk to your nature-loving friend if we run into them again. This could be a good way to work into some sort of like camouflage tech if I can work it out. But I digress. Let's continue on.
Yeah, it seems in this moment of talk.
With a big cat.
Yeah, in this moment of talk, as you're hesitating to enter the camp, you see a most extraordinary woman fearlessly march right up into the group. Alongside her is a massive saber-toothed cat with many little scars from battle you can see on them. And this woman is fully equipped. She's wearing this big coat with heavy furs, although not as many furs as the others, who seem to be kind of like wrapped up, keeping warm. Hers is kind of like billowing and loose. And she has all these kind of bone-like trinkets and spolders that wrap around her shoulders. Her skin is like, her head is like completely clean-shaven. You can see many scars kind of run down her face. And she clearly has the look of like a chieftain here in this tribe. And as she marches right up to you, she says, "Orin has blessed us." She shouts this to every warrior in earshot. "The Frostmaiden has sent emissaries to watch our camp while we complete our mission." And you see all the others seem to get a little bit they go from like being cautious to very much kind of like relieved and almost kind of cheering at the fact that you're here.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I want to ask, can I pet your cat? But I think the more important question is, what mission are y'all going on? And how do you know we're the emissaries?
I'm guessing the snowflake.
The Grava does not like pets.
Would
But
Grava like to
yeah,
wrestle? No, sorry. Wanted more
she
serious.
looks at you for a moment. Like gets right up into your face, and she's clearly like sizing you up. And as she does, she notices something on your person, and seems to be like not responding to your question for a moment as she sort of stares at it. And you can tell it is your orc stone, the one that you keep on a leather, like leather strap. Yeah.
Oh, this is from my mother. She was gifted this by a polar bear who saved her life when she was very young. My grandparents still live somewhere up in the north here. I don't know where their tribe has moved right now. But yeah, this reminds me of the my mother's strength and courage and her honor.
Her face goes from one of like almost exultation and jubilation that you're here to suddenly this. You can roll an insight check real quick, first of all, but I'll say that it very much the demeanor drops suddenly as you're recounting this story. And a 15, you can tell that almost it feels as though her blood is boiling, and she looks insulted, and she looks like she would be reaching for her weapon if not for one thing, and that is when she tries to pull her gaze away, she notices the snowflake symbol floating above your head. And she seems to grit her teeth and tries to calm herself down.
My apologies. I did not mean to offend you. I will tuck my mother's necklace away, and we can continue discussing our business together. And I will take my necklace and put it deep in my shirt so that it's completely covered, including the leather thong that it's on.
She breathes in sharply, as if even this, even like tucking it in, is somehow rather insulting to her, as if almost as if you don't even deserve to be wearing this thing. And she pulls herself away from you and says, "Whilst you are emissaries of the Frostmaiden, I will overlook any insults made for now."
I'm sorry, how is my mother's necklace insulting? Please, I'm asking respectfully and to be educated.
You don't deserve to have that. You don't deserve
was a
to
gift.
wear it. You do not know its meaning.
So are you saying it has to be earned for them to have the right to wear it? Is that kind of the thing?
She doesn't even respond to that, almost as if she doesn't even want to consider the fact that Ashanti could possibly earn it. But she does sort of confirm it by saying, "That thing is not a gift." And she pulls away towards the center of the camp. And you can follow her if you want. It seems like all the other tribesmen have finished sharpening their weapons. They look like they're ready to set out on some sort of mission as well. But it seems like she's through with talking to you, at least. But there are loads of other tribesmen around if you wanted to talk to them instead. That's up to you. Or you can try to pursue this line of questioning with her.
I think I'm gonna let her cool off for a moment,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna ask everybody. Do y'all know what that was about?
If I was to take a guess, it seems like that stone you have is an important symbol to them in some way, and something that you're not meant to just be able to be given by someone else. It has to... You have to... My guess is earn it, but maybe there's some ritualistic sort of thing, or... You know,
I mean, we could also just burn down all their huts when they leave. So
607, I might be with you on this one. But I have earned membership in 2 Goliath tribes. I can pass any test she gives me.
Also, you rode on the back of a dragon, right? I mean, how many of these guys can say that?
That's right.
true.
A couple of the tribesmen are like nearby over here. This, of course, they're like literally looking at you. All eyes are on you. And they say, "Dare not threaten us with burning our camp down. As much as it seems to pain her, Bjornhild trusts you.
Okay,
You should do well to keep that trust."
I haven't burned anything down yet, have I? So she's gonna insult Ashanti. I'm gonna threaten to burn your huts down. Haven't done it,
Aw,
but
thank you, 607. It's very kind of you.
we're the emissaries of Oral.
I
Gonna go against Oral.
I mean...
They say nothing.
So, in the name of Oral, explain the meaning of this stone.
You can roll roll an intimidation check, and I'll say with advantage because of here 607 here as well.
I wish 607 was rolling it. I'm not very intimidating. I wish I could use another stat for that.
It seems not out of refusal to tell you, but rather you can roll an insight check on top of this. And yeah, I know you shouldn't adopt that old charisma. That's a little better. You can tell it's not like they're trying to disobey or anything. They rather look a little bit awkward, and they try to suddenly turn back to whatever work they were doing, like the last preparations, like adjusting their gear, kind of sharpening their weapons one last time, and they sort of pull away as if they don't want to answer the question, almost not because they refuse to, but because it looks like there's a some sort of awkwardness surrounding it. But it's as much as I can tell you.
I really need to find a way to improve my abilities to intimidate. My parents would never have failed to scare these people into doing what they want. And they're nice people.
Another member says, "We have no time to stand around and answer questions. We must be off. Everyone, form up in a march."
If we're meant to be observing your mission, what is your mission so that we know what we're observing and so you're doing it right?
They turn back and say, "It is your job to stay behind. Watch the camp. We will be gone many days. Bjornhild says that it will take 3 days to raid the Elk tribe and be back in time.
3 days to
Okay.
raid them and come back, or 3 days to go
Mhm.
get there and 3 days to come back?
All in all, round trip. We shall
And
be back in time.
In time for what?
They look up at your kind of holy symbol of Oral. Before you all go mad.
Oh, okay.
I am
It's too late for
Ashanti.
that.
I am Ashanti of the Thousand Heads Coster. I am Ashanti of the Akhenathi tribe. I'm Ashanti of the Thunlaka Laga tribe. I am Ashanti, rider of the White Dragon. I am more capable of surviving whatever this test is.
They seem to look at you confused, as if they don't really know what you mean by a test. But you clearly have a lot of titles to your name, and they kind of they seem impressed, but at the same time, it's like they're trying to hide it, and they do not want to show this. And as they try to pull away their expressions, they are looking over towards Bjornhild, who is clearly still within sort of earshot, and they attempt to make no response to this, as if even talking to you, Ashanti, is somehow pissing off Bjornhild over here, the chieftain. And before you can continue on, Ashanti, it's almost like she cuts you off and tries to belittle your achievements by saying, "All right, we leave, everyone. Form up. Now, as for you lot, we'll be gone 3 days. When we return, we hope there is still a fire burning."
is
Okay.
there a reason why there wouldn't be? What are you expecting?
Well, the Elk tribe are no match for our full force. They have been dwindling for some time. And now, they stand no chance. By sending our full force at them, we will overwhelm them with number. This is it.
Didn't answer my
It's
question
finally
at all.
time for the Tiger tribe to claim our trophies. He
Oh,
says,
good luck.
all you need to do is stay here. Your task is simple. And don't screw it up. And she starts to head off, gathering up the tribes member and setting out. The
So,
last few fires are already dwindling out.
yeah.
But
I mean, if the fires are going out, I guess we've got to keep at least one of them burning. That seemed to be part of this.
I did that wrong.
607, which hut did you want to burn?
Probably not a good idea to burn the huts. I mean,
She said a fire burning. I guess if the whole place is on
right.
fire, that's a fire.
yes, but
They
we don't.
insulted
We
my
don't.
mother, and I'm kind of mad.
True,
feed into
but if we start burning this down, we might fail the test, and then you won't get your friend back.
What if we disassembled all of their huts and reassembled them into one big pile hut, and then burned that right when they were coming back?
Why don't we start off by looking for their log storage, and we can burn that first. And we can leave the hut burning till later, because I agree with Skrapp. If we burn the huts down, we might not pass the test. That might be considered a 0 on the marks. No.
Okay.
The test of
I-
isolation, not the test of don't burn stuff.
Well, let's leave it as a last minute resort, because we do need to last here for 3 days, and if we start burning everything, we're not going to last very long, I don't think.
Why
Also, I
burn it
do-
at the end?
Find it kind of funny that this is a test of isolation. We've gone to the Tiger tribe, who And they're like, haha, we will use our strength in numbers to win this fight.
Uh-huh.
And also we're all
Exactly.
together, and I don't know if she understood what isolation means.
Also,
Maybe
Well-
isolation as a group, all we have to do is survive the winter.
I
alright, if we
mean,
don't
3
burn
days.
stuff, what if we just go to each of their sleds and just like remove like half the screws and half the nails? The sleds just fall apart on them next time they go hunting.
All right. It's been a long day. I am tired and grumpy. I'm gonna go take a nap while y'all explore go see what they left us and what our resources are, if that's okay. And I'm gonna go take a nap, have a short rest.
yeah, let's have a... We should probably... If we're gonna be here for at least 3 days, we should probably make sure that we know what we've got, so it's a good point. Once again, Ashanti proving they are worthy of that necklace by being a good leader. Even if they are going for a nap rather than doing the job themselves.
Yeah, I'm going for a nap.
Okay. There is a big lumber store in the northeast side of the camp you can spot. Dragging over a few logs will definitely keep the fire going for a long time. You can complete a short rest. Seems like after a while, no dangers approach the camp. And unlikely to either, seeing as these are well-equipped warriors, and to launch an assault on their camp would take a great deal of either bravery or stupidity. The next few hours, in fact, go by to the point where the outer sort of camps or fires, they begin to dwindle out one by one, sort of collapsing in on relative darkness. But like you said, you still got this main few camp fires still burning, giving you some light.
It's not what I meant to do.
07's exploring a little bit deeper into the outskirts. You see all the amenities of a tribe's camps, being the sleds. No weapons here, though. They're mostly taken to them all. There's just the tools for which you can sharpen them and repair them. The tribe clearly pride themselves on their trophy making. There's lots of different trophies from beasts, even other tribes. You can see trinkets from theirs, like elk tribe trinkets, wolf, and even bear. There's seemingly nothing they won't prey on.
Is there a now that I've napped and I'm back up to full strength, I'll go ahead and cook dinner for everybody. Is there a big pot that they left behind
Yeah.
over one of the campfires that I can take and clean and then start preparing dinner for everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
there is a few food stores left here, and I would ask you to make me a survival check to basically
Okay.
gather it up, cook it.
Good grief.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so I don't know that I didn't find the stores, so I'm having to use trail rations, which don't taste as good, I guess.
Well,
Or
yes, and
I
I thought we were
poisoned
all
oh,
doing some
everybody?
exploiting.
this
Maybe you just
this
burned it?
survival check entails a little bit more, and I'm surprised you fail it this early, which is crazy. But I guess it is what it is. You will hear basically Ashanti waking up and saying like, "I'm gonna get something on the fire," and they start looking around the tents for food. What do the rest of you do whilst Ashanti is searching for food?
Well, can I add my cook's utensils too? Because I'm proficient in that. Can I add a +2 to that and maybe bump that up to
You-
10?
You could. I'm afraid. Let me just check.
It won't
Can I
help.
add guidance to that? Since I've got cooking tools and spices and things with me too, I can
Okay.
help out.
All right. Yeah. You can add guidance. For a long time, you don't hear back from Ashanti. It's like they've disappeared from the camp, and you check around, calling out for them. There's no response, seemingly. And so, Ali, you get up, start to go systematically from tent to tent to tent. You're starting to despair when you almost come down to the last, like, 2 tents, and still calling them out until finally you pull back one of the tent flaps, and yeah, there is Ashanti, and they're basically arm deep in some of these satchels trying to grab out pieces of jerky and such. And they haven't noticed you or even responded to you. It's not until you basically grab them by the shoulder and cast this guidance is when they sort of come out of this stupor, and they almost kind of get jumped by you. And yeah, Hulla, you're back. You're with Ashanti, and Ashanti, you've got some meats after all. You actually have found them, but you didn't hear their
okay.
voices.
That's so surprising. I didn't. Wow. I guess I'm a little off my game today. I should have noticed you coming up behind me, but did you need something?
I was just coming to see if you needed any help. I've got,
Oh, yeah.
ginger and things in my pack if you need some, but
Oh, yeah, that would be great. That would be absolutely great. If you want to grab some of this meat, let's just make a big stew, something that we can keep going for the next couple of days, and just add to as needed. That way, people can feed themselves when they're hungry, as opposed to, formal meals, especially if, we're going to be like doing patrols and everything.
rolls are a good idea. We should also have someone who's keeping an eye on the fire, like in case you ever need,
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Who's going to maintain the fire?
I
Well,
mean,
I was gonna say I think it should be our smallest member
yeah.
and the one that's most susceptible to the cold.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
because
Who's doing that?
Yep, so Skrapp will keep an eye on the fire and make sure it's stays warm. Probably some of the logs nearby, and every now and then just lightning lure them to drag them onto the fire to maintain it.
It cracks. Yeah, it sparks them as well as you do that, and it
Yeah.
basically gets them going. They catch light quicker.
But when the fire's not going out, she's probably just doing sketches in the snow of ideas.
Perfect. So you do ferry a couple of logs back and forth every now and again when you need to, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But that's good to know. That's your job over the course of this. 6 or 7, you seem to be doing a perimeter of the camp and keeping watch in any outside threats approaching. You can give me a perception check just to begin with.
Of course. Mostly we're trying to uncover the map.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Perception check.
Okay, 13. You do a pretty thorough job. Every tent is checked behind, and into the distance you can see from every angle. It's an open tundra for the most part. There are a few tree lines you can see, like dotted small forests here and there. They look fairly dense though. Like all the trees are like packed together, trying to shield against the wind and snow themselves. Their own little tribe, if you will. And after a while, once Ashanti's got this food cooking, you do start to see a pair of giant vultures swooping in and encircling the camp. It looks as though their token has something riding it, but I assure you, it is just vultures. They are massive, though. Compared to your normal vultures, these are beastly-looking creatures. But they do keep their distance. They are scavengers, after all. They don't want to charge in and attack, but
I'm
they're
gonna
there.
fire a couple of fire bolts in their general direction to try to scare them away, clear out the camp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sort
Okay.
of warning shots more than anything, not actually trying to hit them.
Give me an intimidation check as well. That one. Oh no. As you let off a little flare into the sky, these vultures, they just fly up higher. And they fly up into the distance where they kind of feel safe. To the point where like 130 will do it, right? I'm sure they're out of range then.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
120 is the range for them.
Yeah, so they kind of start to work out exactly where they need to be. And now their shadows are just continuously hovering over. And the little flare seems to have not only dissuaded them, but they're actually now attracting more. This little flare has now got another vulture that seems to be swooping in after seeing the light shoot up into the air. So now they just stay at a very safe distance, and they can hover there for a while. It's clear skies, like I mentioned earlier, so they're actually quite content just staying up there.
As long as they stay far away, then I'm good. I'll just if they ever get like start to swoop down and get closer, I'll pop another shot up and just that'll be the routine, just to keep them at bay while I'm doing other things.
Perfect. And finally, Hulla. What are you doing over the course of this?
I want to keep an eye on Ashanti and Skrapp in the center. But mainly what I want to do is take an inventory of everything. So I'm going into all the huts. I'm looking for food, weapons, tools, medicine, blankets, wood.
Yep.
Anything that we're going to need for the next, and just and every time I come out of a tent, I'm poking around to look at the fire to make sure that they're okay there. Because there's something about, and I'll tell them, like, there's something about the way that they phrase that we need to keep the fire going that makes me worry that it's not going to stay by normal means.
Okay. You can see, as you're taking inventory, they had a great deal of sleds. When you first saw them set out, they had a total of 36 sleds. They've left behind 9 of those. You can see that food is critical, of course. Certain beasts of the tundra are actually staples for these tribesmen. Knucklehead trout and even seals are often prepared for eating. And so that jerky that you're eating, yeah, that's actually seal, it feels. Tastes like. And most of this is filleted or chopped up. Genuinely, oh my god, he critting that vulture. Poor vulture. I thought he was out of range.
It's supposed to be. But I jumped.
So, what else is there? There's reindeer meat as well. But reindeer is also provides them with sinew, bone, and hide. All of which you can see they've used to manufacture weapons, armor, the tents themselves. They've clearly just recently restocked on wood as well. So there should be enough to keep you going for, let's see.
Keep in mind, I don't eat.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's one mouth not to feed.
Well, while you're doing the inventory, would you see if you can find another smaller cooking pot? One of the things we may want to do is, if it has a lid, is place some embers into a cooking pot that's mostly covered, and so that we can restart the fire quickly if the fire goes out.
That's a solid plan. I like it. Backups.
I remember I can light fires magically. Well,
so
I'm
you
worried
reckon
that if they're talking about isolation, that something's gonna cause us to go different directions, and I just want to make sure that everybody's got a way of lighting fire if they need to.
Yeah, I'll pick up a couple logs on my next pass by the stock, just in case.
Okay.
Hey, what were you firing at?
Oh, there's vultures up above. They're waiting
Oh,
for us to die, probably. So I'm just keeping them at bay.
oh,
And
well,
I'm gonna pick up a sled next time I pass the sleds and put the logs on the sled and just drag that behind me.
that's a good idea.
Are vultures good eating it? Does anyone know?
I mean,
'Cause there's a
they're
lot of dried
scavengers.
meat here. Oh yeah,
They're
they're probably not very tasty.
Keep all the food covered unless you're, you know, directly using it, because they're just waiting.
You know, my grandmother said if it was dead and not rotted, it was good eating.
Well,
It's just a
desperate
matter of
times, etc.
spices. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I mean,
full orcs have a different taste palette than you and I do.
it's too bad we could offer them Geist then, if he's dead and not rotting.
Oh, we left Geist behind.
I know, it's too bad.
Yeah. Oh,
Would
God.
have been an offering to the vultures.
Oh, Lord.
Keep them occupied.
The food stores will last you 3 days, but with 607 not needing to eat, you can extend that longer, at least 4, maybe longer. We'll see. There's going to be some survival checks to see if you can ration it, but there's definitely enough food here that.
Why would there need to be survival checks?
Be back.
They're coming back. They're coming back in 3 days.
Exactly. They're coming back in 3 days. Exactly. We're good. So, over the first day, the log ferrying, the perimeter checking, the inventory. I need the rest of you, except Ashanti, to roll me your survival checks. Actually, 607, you already rolled like a perception. I'll count that as your survival instead. So Hulla and Skrapp just need to give me survival check. Guidance to one of these.
I will add guidance to mine, definitely.
Okay.
Good roll, Skrapp.
Successes.
Yeah.
They're both successes. Now, you tend to the fire, Skrapp, no problem. The inventory is all tallied up, and it seems there are no real threats to your camp aside from just some opportunistic vultures just biding their time. And eventually, they do sort of fly off back towards that little copse of trees once it gets dark. And the night gets cold. So cold, in fact, that definitely these outer fires will start to go out, unless, Skrapp, you tell me that you are like maintaining them, but it doesn't feel necessary, like you said.
No.
You said earlier, like at least one of them's kept up.
Yeah.
That feels that feels doable. Okay.
I
In that
agree,
case,
and we want to conserve the wood.
Yeah.
I was joking about burning the huts
Yeah.
down.
I mean,
I have an idea.
Okay.
Why don't we move the outer huts into the gaps by the inner circle huts to block the wind?
I was actually
and move some
thinking
of
the exact
fires,
same thing, yeah.
move some of the fires inside so we have some wind protection, and we can keep more than one fire going. And we can use the snow to patch up any holes, and that'll work to, again, preserve the heat and keep the wind out.
The sleds on their side. I mean, there's a bunch of sleds
Oh,
still.
I have a plan with the sleds. Don't worry.
Is it to burn them?
Okay.
We'll take some of them apart and make a door. for our
that I
wall.
can do. I can make a door.
Yeah. Build a little wall for the inside.
Out of game, our yurts. This looks like a yurt to me. Are the posts driven into the ground, or is this something you could pick up? I don't know how yurts are constructed.
A yurt? That's a type of tent, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it looks like the Tibetan ones. That's what it looks like to me from the top.
the bigger tent is definitely like of a larger construction, much more sturdier. The other ones are less so. They're more like, yeah, sticks kind of on the map, just tethered together and dug into the ground, like with posts.
Okay.
But
let's take them up. Let's take them apart and make a wall, protect the wind, and then we just protect the inner circle for 3 days. They're gonna be
Okay.
back in 3 days, and if they get mad we took
Alright.
their things apart, well, we protected the fire. There's 30 of them. They can put their tents back up.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yep, I
Okay.
kind of agree. I was thinking the same thing, except my idea was just going to be these main tents to just sort of like encompass them into like a smaller circle so that the fire is more condensed, like smaller area to keep warm.
Okay.
Shall we come
Well,
find
if we have more,
also-
if we have like 3 or 4 fires in the middle, it'll cover a good amount of space. We don't want
I
the
don't know that we
tents
need
to be
3
too
or
close.
4.
No, I think one's probably enough. Just maybe make it a bit bigger. But I'm wondering if
I think
maybe we could
3 or
use
4
some of...
small fires are easy, and it spreads the heat around without being a one massive fire that can get out of control. Unless you really do want to burn the place down.
This little relocation of tents is going to take like a full day's work, and though it's a great idea, it comes to you a little late in the evening when it is getting painfully dark and cold. And so, thankfully, as I mentioned, it's a clear sky and no one's really feeling the cold too much. There will be a frost check, but I doubt it's going to be that bad. Though,
So that can be
Sixers,
tomorrow's plan.
yeah,
I
absolutely. That's
think
kind of
that's
like the next day.
a good plan. Hey, I heard when we were up in the Stormhorn Mountains, somebody told me that one of the things you could do when you're way up in the mountains and you're cold is you could dig a trench and you could put ashes from your fire in the trench and then cover it back up with dirt, and that would warm the ground underneath you. But I don't think that would work here because we'd have to dig through all this snow and ice, and then the snow and ice would melt and put out the embers. But have y'all ever heard of anything like that?
I mean, it's possible to do, but you usually need a ground that's not frozen.
Yes. But
What we can do is pack up. What we can do is pack up the snow and use the snow as insulation, because that will actually keep a lot of the heat in.
Alright.
Ever heard of an igloo?
Yes, Skrapp is begins sketching sort of schematics on the ground, just sort of calculating how best to do this.
Okay, sure thing. I think you can give me like a little investigation check, or if you have tools that are kind of in tune with this.
Would Smith's tools be in tune with this? Technically, I can have any form of tools, it's just whether I have proficiency.
Okay. Oh. Well, intelligence
I
is
suppose Mason's
good
tools,
start.
yeah.
But a Mason's tools...
But that's one of the
you
ones
said
I'm
you
not
can
proficient
gain
in.
proficiency in. Oh, okay.
I can't gain proficiency, but I can turn my Smith's tools into any other tool.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
I
okay.
always have the
Sure.
right tool for the job.
Okay, so just give me a straight intelligence check for now. I think it's probably more Masons than blacksmithing. But
Yeah, so, intelligence. Damn that exhaustion.
be a
Could I have
little bit
guidance?
tricky. And you can have guidance. Yeah, you can have guidance. If Hulla
Yay.
seems you worthy.
2.
Okay,
11.
that's-
Brings it over
that's
10.
still 11. It's going to take a great deal of effort. It's going to take also tools to actually like get these blocks of ice and make an igloo.
Well, you don't need
But-
blocks of ice. You just need to pile snow in a way that's gonna form a dome, and then you dig out the dome.
Like
have a
in
shovel.
theory, you have it.
I
But
mean,
it's gonna be hard to.
we have basic tools. We have a lot of snow, which shouldn't
Yeah.
be that difficult. It's
Well-
it's a legitimate, real world survival strategy.
Of course, I know. Yeah, Skrapp's able to picture it, but like not sure exactly how to make it happen. Like, aside from just literally shoveling snow together, but there are nuances with an igloo in that it needs to be a certain height above or below the ground. But in any case, and ventilation as well. But those parts are kind of evading Skrapp's mind at the moment. But in any case, the night rolls in and the freezing temperatures would be unbearable for most. The weather is being kind to you. You've also got a campfire, which makes this check even easier. But I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. In fact, the minimum DC I think for everyone is, yeah, just checking around. Everyone's got enough. There's actually no actual danger of actually failing, so I'm not going to make you guys roll. The night passes. Day comes, but the sun,
A
of
long
course,
rest?
doesn't really rise. You will actually get a long rest, yeah. You can,
Okay,
you
good.
can all click that.
Thank goodness. Rage back. Hey.
Spell's back.
I probably don't need my clothes.
It's a long night, just staring off into what feels like this darkness, unbound, unbroken darkness forever around you.
Well, I
But when
spent
you
the
come
night
to,
sharpening my
yeah,
weapons when I was on guard duty, and I'd probably
okay.
ask, 6 or 7 Skrapp and Hulla if they needed their weapons tended to. Although I'm sure they're taking care of their weapons, but that's what I would have done.
Sure.
I will
Yeah, I mean,
share your
Hulla's,
sharpening tools and look after my own stuff.
Okay.
Because it's just good
I've got
practice. Yep.
I've got a whetstone, and we need just a
yeah.
dab of oil in the whetstone, and
You find that the spear and hand axe that you've been carrying absolutely could do with a bit of a sharpen, Hulla. But when you come to sharpen Spiker, the magical weapon, it seems its edge is always keen. And this
Nice.
magical dwarven craft has kept it pretty pristine, even after the one strikes against those orcs.
I love
Yeah, it
magical
hasn't
weapons.
blunted. Yeah, they're pretty good. So day rolls around. It's still cold and dimly lit, but you can start constructing this fortress of tents, if you will, just in case the weather
Yeah.
takes a foul turn.
okay. Oh, it's nice to be up and moving, warm yourself up a little bit. I hope Barritomus was able to take care of the axe beats and Bits and Andy. I hope they're all right. I wish there was a way we could know. Ella, did your telepathy work that far?
Let me see here. Oh yeah, it can be anywhere on the same plane of existence as me.
Oh, do you think you
So I
could
hadn't thought to
reach
try
out
that,
to...
but that's a good idea. I will reach out to Barritomus.
Whoa, your telepathy only goes a certain distance.
Oh yeah, it's based on my intelligence, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
And the max is like 120, but
Okay.
I think yours is only like 30, maybe less.
It's
I'm not
not
sure.
high.
I think it's quite minute. Yeah, I think it's really short.
Sorry, I'm looking
Oh.
at the general
Yeah.
telepathy, not the actual stuff.
So, though it's nice and comforting, you can like speak out to your allies here in their mind without talking. The day goes by as you begin constructing these tents, and you have to head out to the outskirts and start pulling them apart, etc. So, whoever's doing that can give me. Are you all working on this, or is it?
I'll help.
We think all of us
Yeah.
but Skrapp. I mean, because we
Yeah.
want Skrapp to make sure that the fire stays lit.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. Survival checks from you three then, and Skrapp will just stay here for now.
Survival. Okay. Come on.
Yep.
I love a beat.
13. 14.
Give myself advantage.
Giving myself guidance. 16.
Almost had a natural
And
20.
an 11. Okay.
Not
So,
great.
let's just double check this. I keep accidentally closing it. The Ashanti and Hulla, they are successes. You definitely managed to, like you say, understand the construction of this. You've already done inventory as well of it, so you know you can move some of the stuff out and take the tents that have the less equipment in them. Before long, you begin constructing these larger tents, and you're working tirelessly to get it done before the weather shifts and turns. And it is lightly snowing this morning, and so you're working fast to get it done before it turns into a blizzard, God forbid. But also, all the while, there is that tiny glowing snowflake that is still just a few inches above your heads. Clearly the symbol of the Frostmaiden just remains. Now,
Tiara. I have a tiara.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that it's there until I notice it on someone else. And
Oh, you and I are the prettiest half-orcs here.
we're always the prettiest half-orcs here.
As 607, you're going out to one of these father camps. You see a vulture that has actually landed and is effectively just grooming themselves over here. And they're some distance out from the camp, but they are unaware of your presence right now. They're not like directly outside of the camp, but a distance away that you can see them, but not get in range to shoot them. But they haven't noticed you.
How far away? Like 200
So,
feet?
like, yeah, effectively, yeah.
I will sneak a little closer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still
And sneak a
pruning
little
its
closer.
feathers. And a little closer still. And then you get right out into the edge of the camp. And you can finally just about get in range to shoot this thing. If you wish.
I mean, I would like to.
Yeah, go ahead, roll an attack on this thing.
Is this like a regular size vulture or like a giant?
It's a giant vulture. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll put a little mustard on it.
Alright.
Sorry.
It's also going to be a good supply of meat if you run out. Buzzard wings.
Yeah.
Tasty.
I'm doing this for the group.
Totally.
Yeah. No.
Oh. Should have been just a flat roll. But damn, a 9 still misses, unfortunately. The bolt flies forward and
Oh,
it
wait,
flutters away.
I need to use Wild Magic Surge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do have Tides of Chaos primed. 88?
88? Hold on, I gotta look up what the thing is. 88. Toxic pustules grow on you, explode your body. Creatures within 5 feet of you take 10 acid damage. For the next
Oh, it's that
1d6 days, you have a disadvantage on all charisma checks. So I need to roll 1d6.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Yeah, last time this was 1 day, I think. And now it's 6 days. Good
6
lord.
days. Disadvantage on all
Okay.
charisma checks for the next 6 days. I'll make a note
God.
of that. And
Alright,
my
yeah.
Pythias is back.
It's almost some sort of backlash happens as the Chaos Bolt flies forward and acid just pours out of every single joint, sizzling onto the snow. The vulture makes a quick attempt to like take flight, but as it's trying to get up to speed, you can see that you probably get in range and fire again and again, trying to get this thing in your last, like the last chance before it flies away. And I'm guessing you effectively try to give chase and get a second shot in before it's all the way out of range. And
do it another time.
well, you turn around to head back to camp then. And the flurry of the snow seems
Camp's
to
not
have
there.
dimmed your senses because you do not find a direction that you came in. And if you follow your tracks back for even just a minute, you find that the rest of your tracks become fainter and fainter and fainter. Before long, you're wandering aimlessly in the tundra.
Is there any shelter anywhere? Like any trees, any rocks, snowbanks, anything like that?
Give me another perception check.
That's okay, I'll give myself advantage.
14. There's an archway that looks like a similar one to the one where you fought the goblins the first time with that wagon being pulled by the polar bears. It seems similar to that. An archway that would definitely protect from overhead, but not from the cold. Just you wouldn't get buried alive at least.
I'll go over there and I'll hit the protection of the archway and start building myself a snow fort to protect myself from the wind and the cold a little bit, and just build a big ball of snow that I can bury myself into and wait out the snowstorm.
All right. In that case, we'll jump back to the others real quick as you're wiping away the sweat as you finish slamming in the final stake into the ground, and looks like your fortress of tents is complete. And
Well,
you look around. You
60...
don't see 607 anywhere.
Hey, did 607 say he was shooting at giant vultures last night?
That's what he said. Yeah, I assumed he went out to go do that some more. He said he was just outside the range of the tents there.
Yeah, he's probably out doing one of his perimeter sweeps. I'm wondering if we should take a couple of some of the tent poles and kind of set them upright in a spiky pattern around the fire, just so those vultures don't try to land on our fire.
Not a bad idea. Though
I guess
the problem is
catch fire, the tent poles?
I mean, not in the fire, but you know,
at a safe enough distance that
yeah, we have a circle so that they don't think, oh, let me land on top of those people and eat them.
Sure. Yeah, if you think it'll help.
I don't have a post digger, and this is probably going to take a couple of hours to dig a hole, some holes for the tent poles, or tent posts, or logs, or whatever we use.
Well, it can't hurt. If there's vultures circling around, I certainly don't want them anywhere near me, or the fire, or the tents. I actually thought that 607's strategy of just firing at them a whole bunch was a pretty good idea. But
see any flashes out there?
No, I can't see anything past the tents.
Well, I'm sure he's going to come back as soon as he's finished playing. It'll be good for him. It'll be good for him to get some of this energy out of himself.
To kill some things, right?
That's right. Or at least terrorize them for a bit. He likes terrorizing things. He thinks he's a big bad meanie, but I know he's soft and squishy on the inside.
You're literally the only one who thinks that.
No, I know
you all do. I think you're describing a cat.
I don't know. That cat we saw earlier, I mean, as fluffy as it was, I am not sure that it wouldn't have disemboweled us as opposed to anything else.
That self-assurance that 607 will be back any moment begins to strain as 10 minutes elapse. 10 minutes then turns into a whole 30 minutes. An hour.
So what time of day is it right now? Is it like late afternoon? Is it?
Yeah, we're going to jump to late afternoon. This would have taken all of the morning and into the afternoon,
Okay.
yeah.
All
But
right. Well,
definitely feel toasty and warm.
yeah, I'm
The
gonna
heat's been
go.
gone a long time, eh?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should go out and take a look for him. But
Might not be a bad idea, but don't go too far, eh? Stay
no,
where we within shouting distance in case there's a storm.
Yeah. How far does your telepathy work?
Not enough.
Not very far. Not
No.
Okay.
very far at all.
Okay. Well, I
Basically,
was
the other
thinking if
side
I
of the
walk on the.
campfire.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
hoping if I walked on the outer rim of the tents we constructed, if you could still talk to me and know I was there. But okay, I'm gonna go into the hut where I put all my stuff. I'm gonna put on a pair of dry socks, and make sure that all of my cold weather gear is there. I'm gonna make sure I've got my 12 days of rations in my backpack. My weapons, bedroll, blanket, uh, and I'm going to make sure I've got my rope as well. And I'm going to say,
You're fully equipped.
and I've got a couple of torches, I think. And so I'm going to have those, and I'm going to get a little pot and just put some of the embers in a little pot with a lid just to have some fire with me.
Okay.
And then I'll tell Hulla, okay, I'll go out looking for him. But if I don't come back, don't come looking for me. Okay, stay by the fire, you and Skrapp, because we've got to pass this test, and this may be part of the test that we all go wandering off one by one and get lost or get taken, and then we're not here to keep the fire going. So
Yeah.
can you do that for me?
Okay, if you say so. We will
Right.
not come and get you, but that
Don't
means
come get me.
we're not coming to get
That's,
you. So,
no,
just,
I'll be safe.
yeah, don't go too far.
No,
You
I'm
wanna...
not. I'm gonna circle the tents first, and
Okay.
then I'll circle those outer tents, and then I'm gonna come tell you if I find anything, and then if I don't find anything on the outside of our tents or around that outer perimeter, I'll come back, and then I'll start searching more past that. So I'm gonna go out.
Quickly, whilst you were going to get your stuff and gathering everything, this is also what Hulla would have found as well, so I'll mention it for both of you. That when you were inside the chief's tent, and the one that's clearly the most comfort, with the most animal hides and skins and furs, there was clear signs of this belonged to two members, both like a jarl or a king and the queen of the tribe. And so you see paraphernalia of like a couple. You can see a man's drinking horn. You can see there are like bone trinkets that are like in pairs. You see there are like two drinking horns. You see there were stitchings and like like designs across the bed that kind of represent that there were two, both a crown and both kind of like two crowns. And then you find, whilst you're gathering your things, you find that there is effectively like an urn. And it's very clearly like a ceremonial one. And it's filled with ashes. And you see there are little incense sticks sat near it. And there is also a sort of a signet ring as well. And on it there's a symbol of like the tiger tribe, which is like these two pairs of saber-toothed tusks, like two pointed down. And it's very clear from this. You can tell that the king passed away, and Bjornhild is the only leader left as a queen. And lastly, it doesn't look like, and amongst all these trinkets and such, you don't see like a cot. You don't see clothing made for a baby or anything. It's clear to you from after you've taken inventory of everything, there aren't any living heirs for this king or queen to continue the tiger tribe. To preserve their legacy.
Well, I think I would tell Hella, I mean, there's no children, but that doesn't mean that there's not nieces or nephews or cousins or...
Maybe they don't work on a generational system.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, the next person who takes over is like the best warrior or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's sad that the king died, I guess, but maybe he died in battle, and that's a good thing with those people. You never know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take it too personally.
Okay. I circled the tents, and Hella, I haven't seen them on just outside any of our tents here. So I'm going to go ahead and try again on those outer circle of tents. So
Okay.
I'll come back and let you know what I find.
Thank you for coming back to let us know.
Actually, on that mention, Hulla, about how they could have possibly died, you would have also found maybe another cross-stitching of some sort of, like, it's like almost like a mural, but woven into this fabric, and it is a last battle, it seems. It does show the king fighting against a frost giant and a mammoth, and you can see the mammoth sort of charging in, and the tusk is basically almost about to impact the king, who's ready and wielding like this massive great axe, and like trying to cut the beast down.
Ooh, okay.
But
I'll tell that to Ashanti because she seems interested when she comes back.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I would have told her,
Alright.
I guess, when we discussed it.
Yeah, I'm figuring Chris said we saw this.
Yeah,
so,
you both would have.
Yeah, I figured that we've already done this. But we're just doing it right now.
Okay. Ashanti, you head out. You're doing a perimeter search of these tents, and these tents are no longer here, of course. These ones are just these ones have all been moved to the inner circle.
Right.
That said, you can still make me a perception check as you look out to try and find any sign of their tracks or fiery bolts flying into the skies. A 19 is actually pretty good. There is sign of a light just bobbing in the distance, somewhere down to the southwest of the camp.
Okay.
And you get closer, you realize it's one of his dancing lights.
Okay, I'm gonna go in. So let me squeeze between this tent and the other one. Oh,
Yeah.
My backpack almost got me caught. Hey, hello, Skrapp. There is a light to the southwest of us So I am going to head southwest and check it out. I didn't see anything when I was walking around where the tents used to be. I haven't checked directly east, but I think I should go look southwest to see if I can find them southwest. Okay, so I just wanted to give you a direction and an idea.
Hang on,
Okay.
hang on, hang on. How far is this light? Like, light you
I
can
don't
see a
know.
long way.
It looked about 200 feet out from the camp.
Okay. I'm guessing it's not far. It's not like I'm going to be walking miles, but I think I should go check it out because I don't know what
Okay.
on earth it's doing out past the perimeter of the camp.
Yeah, I don't want you to go too far. Uh, Skrapp, can you stay here with the fire? I'm gonna help.
Sure.
What I want to do is we're gonna stay within shouting range, okay?
Okay.
So Ashanti, I'm gonna stay within visual of the camp, quite close to the camp, and I'm gonna shout out to
Okay.
you every like 10 seconds or so, and you're gonna respond back, and you're not
Okay.
gonna go any farther to where you can't hear me.
I have an idea. Scraps, you have rope on you?
I do not. I left it on the axe beak.
Okay.
I've
Hulla, do
only
you
got
have your rope?
I've got like 100 feet, but more than that.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I've got 60 feet. So, we'll tie the rope together. I'll tie the rope to my belt. You tie the rope to your belt. And, I will go to the end of the rope. How's that? That gets me 160 feet out there.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, I like that better. It gives you less range, but it's more secure. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that he's been gone so far, so I don't want you getting lost too.
Okay.
All right. With these extra precautions,
Wiggle, wiggle,
you
wiggle,
can make it
wiggle,
out to the out to the 100 feet mark here, and you find the bobbing light, and it is almost like a little will-o-wisp just sitting here, a ghost of 607's presence.
Well, if it's dancing lights here, he's got to be here somewhere. Hey, 607! Hey, bestie! Okay, all right, don't make me annoy you to make you come out. Oh, Fluffykins!
So-
Come on, Fluffykins!
so-
Oh, teddy bear!
Jeez, that's enough to make 607 go running instead. Um, I imagine 607 you are some distance away from this, and yet all the while you're sort of carving out your own little shelter here. You do hear a distant voice. It sounds like it could be Ashanti's. But instead of the words that they said just then, it's more like a bitterness. It's more like there's a tone that sounds like it's saying, well, good! We didn't need you anyway! You can go off on your own! And don't come back either! And it sounds like that. Which is a little bit disheartening, perhaps, for you 607.
Actually, it's not. It's
Oh,
she's taking a stand for herself. She's not babying me anymore. I'm proud of her. She needs to get angry more often and eat into that. Can I move towards the sound and see if it is her?
you can get up, start to head towards where this echoing voice is on the wind. And as you get closer towards it, you're sort of spun around as you hear the voice coming from way, way back behind you, almost as if they've just made it to your camp and you were away for a moment. and the voice again, sort of calling out. Just sort of saying, "You always thought you were better than us anyway." And this voice didn't sound like Ashanti's, but perhaps like Geists. It sounds like it's shouting like, "You just took pleasure in me dying.
I mean, he's
You
not
wanted to
wrong.
kill me all the time."
Again, not wrong.
It's... mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if this is actually them or if this is something playing with my mind. So what I'm going to do is cast Silent Image.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast it can be a visible phenomenon, no larger than a 15-foot cube. So I'm going to make a 15-foot cube size like beacon, sort of like a lighthouse with the light that's just shining bright.
Got it. All right, a beacon that hopefully Ashanti can see and find, perhaps. Yeah. All right. Well,
Just a big as bright as I can make it, as big as I can make it, and I can move it a little bit with me. So I will, as I walk towards the voice, the original direction that I was going, not the secondary one back towards my little camp, but the original direction. I'll just keep it sort of above me.
607! Ollie oxen free! Come out, wherever you are!
And almost in response to that, Ashanti, the dancing light goes out. Just fizzles.
That's not good.
Almost as if he didn't want to be found, or like, definitely felt like it was almost just after you called out, and then this happened. Because technically you're concentrating on Silent Image, but that dancing light will just go away.
Yeah, can I see this beacon that he's created?
Once this dancing light goes out, you are plummeted into darkness, and you fear as you look around, you might not even be able to find your own way back, but then you realize you had that failsafe, a rope, that you're able to pull on and work your way back if you so choose. But no, you don't see the light. It is utter pitch black.
All right, I am going to work my way back along the rope so I can tell Hulla what's going on.
Okay.
So I will go back over and I will tell Hulla, hey, I thought that was his dancing light, but something made his light go out, and the light just went out, and it was dark out there. And I didn't see any sign of him at all. Do you have any kind of spells that help? Do you Skrapp or you? Can y'all locate somebody?
I've still got locate object. And he's not technically an object, but he's got to be carrying something that we can use, right? What's he carrying?
He's got that Shardlin wand.
Bingo, that'll work.
Okay.
So, you and I will switch positions. You stay by the tents. I'm gonna go out, let the rope out all the way.
All right, I'm gonna come to I'm moving a little bit farther. I'm gonna come to just the outside of the tent right here. And so I'm right there, and then that way Hulla can follow the rope, and it's to the south and west.
Okay.
Oh, other way. You went northeast.
I love how Hulla just immediately sets up for northeast instead, but it's kind of fitting in a weird way.
I thought that was the door. Sorry.
Oh no, I figured that we can probably wiggle between the tents. You know, there's no way we could have sewed them together.
Okay.
Now, Hulla, I want to reiterate my spell in this campaign for locate object. It's not just 1,000 feet; it's 5 miles. There's no way in hell he could have traveled that distance in this time. So, well, As soon as you cast it,
All right.
there is no presence of the Shardlin wand anywhere. It is completely vanished. And you're picking up just sort of ripples, almost as if there was their presence here, but it's sort of dissolved away, and you don't get a strong direction in any way. Like normally this would start telling you like, yeah, head this direction, but it's sort of hazy and fuzzy, and it just you can't get a strong bead on his direction at all. There's no chance in hell he could have gone 5 miles in that time.
But it's not picking up anything at all. Like, do I get at least direction of a fuzzy thing in?
It's like almost as if you sense there was a direction at first, and it just sort of fizzles out and like completely just vanishes. And it's not like it's going out of range of 5 miles. It feels more like there is just something about this area, something about this test, perhaps, that is completely preventing you from regrouping. This is a test of isolation, after all, and it feels as though something is like divinely intervening with this. And wherever they are, they might not even be in range of the 5 miles. After all, you were teleported here in a matter of moments across the tundra. He could be anywhere by now if there is the same magic still afoot.
Okay. Okay, that's not good. I'm gonna do what Ashanti did and make a circle around the tents and call out.
Mm-hmm.
And
You'll have to drop the rope if you do that. We need to walk together then. I stay on the inside perimeter. You stay.
You stay.
I fear we're shouting at each other.
Yeah, we're shouting at each other. I'll come back in and say, the spell didn't work. I can't see anything. There's no sign of the wand. And he wouldn't have dropped it.
No.
Yeah, I hope he's with Barritomus. Maybe he got to go back for some reason. But I doubt it. He's probably out there somewhere by himself. Crap.
That might be part of the test. Like, if, like, it's like, whatever it is picking us off one by one to leave each person isolated and paranoid that something is trying to pick them off, perhaps.
I'm wondering.
So what do we do?
He's really intelligent. I mean, I'm wondering, because we have to keep this fire going, if we just go hunker down around the campfire and,
Wait for him to
wait
come
together.
back on his own?
Yeah. Because I don't think wandering out there aimlessly in the snowdrifts, if you can't find that Shardlin wand, that we'll find him.
We can't go any further out than
Right. And
we'll just get lost too. We need to stick together.
I agree.
I think you're right.
We don't need to be stupid.
Okay. But then what are we going to do about him? I don't think I have anything else. I don't think I
think we trust. We trust. He's very, very, very intelligent. Doesn't need to eat. As long as he can find shelter, he's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Trust him.
Can he find shelter though?
Well, okay, I found him upside down when I first met him in a snowbank, but I think that was just a one-time thing. He hasn't been upside down in snowbanks since that happened. So I think he can. He's been with us long enough. We've all been on in the mountains, in the snow, on the tundra, leaving him. Maybe you could just guidance him for his, maybe a prayer of so that he has a little extra luck.
Guidance is only 10 feet. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So.
I can't do much for him. That was like my longest long range spell. And
Well, oh, I think all we can do is stay by the fire, though. I don't. Let's at
yeah,
least go back to the fire
yes.
and talk to Skrapp.
Skrapp, you're still here, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope Skrapp hasn't wandered off.
Hi.
Did you... Go on.
I was gonna say, because 607 has one of the items I infused. I don't know if there's any way, like, I can, like, have any form of connection to know, like, if that infusion's, like, gone, for example.
Okay. You would definitely know if your infusion is still on the same plane of existence, and
Yeah.
that is true. Like, it is still
Okay.
here, but you don't know a distance from it.
No.
You just know it still exists in Icewindale. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, well that's
Yes.
good news at least, and I would imagine if he died it would no longer, well, he'd no longer be attuned, and I've probably noticed that in some way, so,
Right.
Okay,
And yeah, there is
that's
still
good
that
to know.
bond, yeah.
yeah, like, they're probably fine. I have no idea for certain, but right now our best bet is probably to just do what we can to survive, and if anything is trying to pick us off, Skrapp begins drawing runes on the ground and begins ritually casting alarm in a 20-foot cube, so if anything tries to sneak up on us, it gets triggered.
Okay. Yep.
Good.
Perfect. All right. That's enough to encompass the little camp that you're gathered around. So I'll start back with 607 again. You are creating a little shelter, trying to stay warm here in this open tundra, which you found yourself in.
After 10 minutes, my silent image goes away, and I go back to the shelter. I don't build it.
Okay. Well, in that case, towards the very end of the beacon, you do hear the distant crunch of snow as a figure does seem to be approaching the light. And you hear them before you see them. As you swing round to see who's coming up from behind you, you see just a single figure. They are humanoid, they are dressed in cold weather clothing, but they've kind of got a bit of a swagger about their step. And as they start to lift up their head out of the snow and flurry, you see there is a feminine form, face, and you might think at first maybe it's Hulla or Ashanti, but then they crack a wicked smile and pull back their hood. And it is Shona.
Oh, shit.
She says, "Here you are, all alone.
Like you want me.
Just What happened to you?"
You know what happened, don't you?
I know that it all went to shit.
Oh, well. She knew we were coming.
You should be dead.
I did die. Second chances and all.
And then you went and fucked it up even further by killing Lusk.
Mm-hmm. He's number 1. I'm coming after you as well. You know
One
why?
fuck up I can overlook, but Lusk, I can't forgive that. And you see her slowly beginning to draw a set of pristine-looking daggers. Guess I'll just have to finish the job.
Fair enough. 1-on-1. Let's go, bitch.
Okay, there is a showdown suddenly as she surges forward, knives flashing in the last dim silent image that's reflecting on them. And as you begin to sling spells and fire back at her, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Hold on.
Mm-mm.
I closed that window by accident. Wisdom saving throw.
Yes, please.
Oh, before I do that, I should have rolled on the wild magic table.
Is this a silent image?
For the silent image, yeah. 83. Your tongue turns to silver. You speak and understand all languages for an hour. Okay, so that doesn't change anything. Good.
Okay.
Um,
Turns to silver. I imagine it actually is like a silver metal as well.
yeah, it's actually legit silver. In the moment, I'm gonna forget that I have the Tides of Chaos, and I'm just gonna do the Wisdom save for straight.
Just straight. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not thinking clearly right now.
Oh, you certainly are not. This battle goes underway, and immediately she gets a good few hits in, sinking the dagger between the joints. You feel a sparking and cracking inside your very core. And all the while, there's this kind of intrigued look on her face, as if she is not just killing you, but discovering something by dissecting you piece by piece. And you feel like one or two fingers and digits kind of like sliced off as she pirouettes away and dodges several of your blasts. And then she darts around, nimbly able to outpace your spells. And she comes from different angles, and eventually it feels like she has just sunk a pair of daggers into your back, and there's a sparking and malfunctioning that sort of system shocks your entire body. And as you try to bring up defensive measures and shield and push them away, she again sort of retreats with this kind of hit and run tactic, throwing out knives between the flurry and the blizzard. She has clearly got you outmatched, and yet, what do? Do you keep on fighting, or do you surrender at any point? Is this how 607 goes down in his head, or?
I think against her, he's gonna keep fighting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, keep fighting and keep fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And this fight plays out in your mind. It is basically just you being picked apart piece by piece until she's eventually lopped off not just fingertips but whole limbs, and parts of you are exposed. The chest plate is fallen away, the core is sort of thrumming there, and she looks at it and goes, "Ah, that makes sense now. I see how you survived." And you're sort of laying there, malfunctioning on the floor, unable to like even move an inch. And she reaches down and plucks out the crystal core that's still all kind of cracked. She says, "You'll be coming with me." And you feel yourself being lifted up, carried away, and it all goes dark and blacks out as your body feels like it's being ferried back to wherever laboratory or hideout they're going to operate on you and extract all the secrets. And that is where we will flash back to the rest of the allies. Night is once again freezing cold, but I will say that this countermeasure to basically create an entire fortress of huts, I'm not gonna make you roll another frost save. I think you've done a great deal to make sure that you don't have to ever succumb to the cold. That being said, as Hulla and Skrapp finally find sleep, Ashanti, it feels like you're sort of nudged awake almost. There is a moment where someone's like jostling your shoulder, perhaps?
What? Scrap what? Is it my turn for watch?
You look up and instead you see your mother, who's standing there. Proud orc war chief. Normally, in her stature, she is a powerful being, but she looks to have a look of concern and worry on her face this time.
Mom?
And
Mom, is that you? Are we? Is there a battle? No. I don't see anything. Oh my God, Mom! Did something happen to Dad? Ella?
she shakes her head and says, "No, no. Calm down. Calm down. We need to talk." And you see there is a soft light, and it is emanating from your orcish stone. And her image is sort of projected from this, almost as if there is a wisp of her spirit tied and connected to the stone, like wrapped around that leather, like prong, and through the like holes in the stone where you've tied that. So I'm almost like her spirit is slightly seeping out, escaping from it. And she says,
Of course we can talk. I'm so glad to have you here, Mom. I'm trying so hard to find a way to help Dad, and I worry about him and Ayala every day. And I think I got myself trapped here, and I'm not embarrassed to tell you this. Sometimes I'm a little scared.
She sighs and says, I was scared too.
I don't believe that. You've never been scared of anything. You taught us to be fearless and to embrace life to the fullest.
No, Hulla, sorry, Ashanti, I felt fear. I was terrified. It was when I was in that freezing water. I thought I was going to drown. But that wasn't what terrified me.
What terrified you, Mom?
She looks up at you and there's this really heartfelt look she gives you, and she looks really emotional in this moment. She says, "A betrayal. My own mother."
Grandma? What do you mean, Grandma? Fights with us. When I'm on the battlefield, she's standing right next to you. How could she have betrayed you?
That is not our true grandmother. She is my adopted grandmother. Or your adopted grandmother. She was not my birth mother. She is not my true blood. I am not of hers. My true mother was a horrid and terrible woman.
Why have
I
you
didn't
never
fall
told me this?
Because the story was far too brutal for a child's ears. The story is not a lie. What happened, happened. And perhaps one day you will find, your Minotaur, and thank them for what they did in saving my life. But there is more to that story.
I don't know what to say. I've always thought of Grandma and Grandpa as your parents. I never thought of them as anything but your parents. I did not know that they were your adoptive parents.
That orc tribe is not from Icewindale. And as the story I've told you suggests, I very much lived in this land. She kind of looks out across the tundra with a look of recognition and experience. And she says, this cold, unforgiving place was my home. I thought that I was protected and safe with my tribe. But the truth is, it was not through misadventure that I fell into that freezing cold sea. I was cast into it by my own mother. Ruthless. Just ice through her veins. She had no love for me.
Why did she toss you in the ice? I mean, was it a test?
No.
Was she trying to toughen you up? Was she trying to teach you a lesson?
None of those. She was trying to discard me. She was trying to... She was trying to kill me, Ashanti. She did not have any need of a legacy. She did not want anyone to continue her line. Anyone but her.
I don't know what to say. Are you telling me that Marcus is not my grandfather? That Maiev is not my grandmother? That there's somebody out there who's evil? Who's your mother?
She nods. Says, I'm sorry, Ashanti. I should have told you sooner, but I ran out of time. And you see she kind of like holds her chest as if feeling a phantom pain when the arrows came raining down. you.
I believe that life is choices, as Dad always says. That every day you get up and you choose to do the right thing. You choose to be the best person you can be. That you choose to go forward with your families and your friends. And so I choose to be a part of the Zarasser family. I choose you and Grandma and Grandpa, and I choose to believe that I am as much of a Zarasser as I am a Linden and a Kemp. I belong to Linden Kemp. I'm a Zarasser and I'm a Kemp. And I am the daughter of Avog, and I am the sister of Ayala. And I have so many friends here. Mom, I rode a dragon. I stood on the back of a dragon for about 10 seconds. But Mom, I stood on the back of a dragon.
He smiles,
And
a tusk-filled smile, and says, "And I was with you. And I saw that. And you have grown into a strong, both of mind, will, and of physical strength too. But not only that, you have found your own caravan. If anything, you have found what you want to protect. And I'm proud of you."
well, thank you, Mom. And I don't think that Grandma could come to me during the battles, wielding her giant ladle, whacking people, if she wasn't your real mom. So whoever gave birth to you, whatever she was or is, she's become, she's no part of us.
She nods.
My grandmother loves to cook. Just about anything edible. But she loves to cook. And she loves to feed people. And my grandfather loves to tell stories. Stories that aren't appropriate for non-orc children, but still, they're fun stories.
Thank you, Ashanti. I feared that things would change if I told you this. Or that you would want to seek out revenge or something like that.
Mom, I wish every day you were here. If I could do anything, I would turn back time and bring you back and make Dad whole again. And you and Dad and Ayala and Bits and Bobs and I would be with the Thousand Head Coster and Waylon and all the people I grew up with, and we'd be on the road. We'd be crossing the Stormhorns, going into the Dales. That's what I wish. And
So see that.
I know I can't have that again. But one day I hope that if I have a family of my own, I can be as good of a mom, sons and daughters, as you were to Ayala and I. And that's what I choose.
You see her almost looking off wistfully, picturing all the scenes that you just described, and you see her spirit begin to almost fade out, almost as if she is simply passing on and she has found this peace in telling you this story. But suddenly she grips a hold of, again, her great axe that she always has readied and slung over one shoulder, and then she says, "You will have this one day, I believe. A peace in your heart. And you are close to finding a cure for Father."
Thank you for the
But
reassurance.
it is still my duty to stick around and protect you. Defend you till my last.
Fight better knowing that
Unlike,
you and Grandma are watching.
he says, and if I can do that, then I will know I didn't take on any single aspect of my own mother. She who would murder her own child. Instead, I would gladly give up my life again to protect you. If you are ever in danger, Ashanti, if you ever in peril, you need only call my name. Promise me you will do this.
Mom, I promise. I'll miss you that. And I always have you and Dad with me. See, the tattoo that I got in wheat before I came. It has the Zrasar family, and it has you, and the Kemp family name, and it has your name and Dad's name. And now it has 2 Goliath tribes. I'm a Goliath. I'm not just a half orc, half human. I'm half Goliath too. Well, in spirit. I guess I've got more spirit than anybody else.
You certainly
'Cause
do.
I'm 3 halves.
And it is these strong bonds and connections that, well, teach you and make you a better person. And it is these strong bonds that tie us together as well. You've always had a way of connecting people, and that's perhaps why I'm still here.
Well, one question before you,
Hmm.
if you can answer. Do you know why the chieftain of this tribe, she was a bald lady with a beautiful cat that looks so soft, but she reacted to your orc stone badly, and I was afraid she was going to try to take it, and then I was going to have to kill her, and then I was going to be the leader of this barbarian tribe, which I just don't have time to do right now. But
Yes,
you know why?
you see a grim look on her face, and she says, "Ah, yes, the orc stone. I suppose I have one more confession, and the reason why I woke you up is because I wanted you to hear it from me, and not from her. And whilst you may be Thun Lokalaga, whilst you may be Akhenathi and Kemp and all these things, you are also Slavik's daughter.
I'm also what?
And if she ever lays a single finger on your head, I don't know if this stone can contain me.
Mom's in the stone.
Oh. Um. Okay, Mom. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you.
She nods, and
I miss you every
I love you
day.
too. She tempers her rage for a moment, and again, she goes like that from like an instant. She can go from like incredibly angry and rage filled to suddenly being really compassionate and heartfelt. And she looks towards you. It's clear she has a fierce, protective nature that is keeping her spirit here. And as she hugs onto you, you feel just a brief moment of physicality to her. Like she has that strong a spirit that she can very much physically interact with the world. She brings you in for a firm hug, and you're almost shocked in a moment. Like, you feel your mother's embrace for like the longest, for once in the longest time. And
I miss this so much.
And then as she's
I love
as
you.
the hug is, she says, "I love you." And as she brings you in even firmer, she you see her form just sort of beginning to shrink away, and as the hug is released, you see her form being pulled back down. You slowly see, like, your eyes sort of follow hers as her form shrinks down back into the stone, all the way inside the amulet that you hold. And as you're staring, looking at it for just a brief moment, can we get a visual on this? Let's see. I want to try and... Yeah, here we go. You stare at the stone. You're left there just looking at it. And where it's been sort of displaced in on your person, because you're like laying, where you were kind of like, you got up and you were laying down, it's kind of all a bit tangled up as the spirit pulls back into it. And I will say that it looks like the stone is upside down in this moment.
Well, I'm just
And
going to
you're...
sit there at the fire, staring at it, holding it, and trying so hard to remember some of the best memories of Mom and Dad and Ayala.
Okay. Yeah.
And
they're all...
I don't care what anybody says. My grandmother is this little short dumpy person who likes to cook.
Yeah. She taught you everything about cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the kindest, sweetest soul. And you never knew that they were not your real
Or an
grandmother.
orc.
Yeah.
Yes.
For orc. Yeah. All right. Well, with that, we come to the next day. Everyone, you would have completed a long rest, except Hulla, I just remembered, you are still under this effects, this stupefy. Now, you already had one long rest, right? That was last night.
Yeah.
No, that was... So, you
We
can
had
give
one
me
night
another intelligence.
after the orc fight.
That's right. So, give me an intelligence saving throw, because that might have actually vanished.
Do I complete a long rest?
You also technically have completed a long rest, yes. And I'll get to you in a minute on what really transpired. Okay, I'll let you don't have an absolute killer headache in the morning.
Nice. Okay, good to know.
His grandfather, Arcus Zars Shrazar, known as the Audacious. Okay, the night abates. You are waking up in the morning. For now, 6 or 7, I'm going to leave it a little bit of a mystery as to what's happening with you. But this is now, what, the second day, isn't it? So, no, wait. Second.
We're right.
We had the
We've
one day
had
of
2 long
scouting.
rests.
We had the building
Yeah,
day
you've
and
had
then
2 long
today, so
rests.
this is like the third day.
Yeah, it is the 3rd day. Yeah, okay. Not the 3rd night, though. All right. You guys awaken. There's no sign of 607 still. Your alarm did not go off during the night.
Yep.
Although it would have if, say, there was a physical entity here, but instead of a spiritual one. But that did not trip the alarm, I don't think. Although, I mean, does it actually go off with like
It
spirits?
just says a tiny or larger creature touches or enters the watered area.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
In that case, then it might actually. Enters the wooded area. Well, Ashanti's mother was always here. Believe it or
Yeah.
not. Technically, I guess they were always with them. So it didn't
And
go
I
off.
would have probably put it so that the alarm doesn't affect allies, and Ashanti's mother would classify as an ally.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
suppose.
You've only ever seen glimpses of them whenever the ancestral guardians kicks in, but that's very brief glimpses, like just a flicker here. Whenever someone rolls disadvantage, basically you see them like doing battle with them. Okay, new day. Everyone still warm, still rested. You've got food for another 2 days at least. What do you guys do on this day? Do you try
I
and look
also,
for it 6 or 7? Sure.
Hulla and I both also have rations.
Yeah.
So,
You could survive even longer, technically.
right.
Yeah, I also have rations.
So,
I didn't put those on my axe beak.
Okay, Hulla, man, I believe it's 6 or 7. I know he's highly intelligent. I just worry about him being
Want to
off.
go out again and try and call for him?
Yeah, I don't. It certainly can't hurt. I just worry that you couldn't find him at all. But I mean,
No,
at
but
least his dancing light was here last night, just for a few minutes. And maybe we can do the same thing. I can tie
Yeah.
myself to the rope. You tie yourself to the rope, and I will go out as far as I can and call to him. Or maybe you go out. Is there anything you can do to make your voice louder?
no,
You
I
have
don't
any
have
kind of
anything like
spell?
that. I've got. Uh, what do I have? I'm looking through my spells. I don't have anything.
Okay.
I have
One of you
silence.
has Ghost
blindness.
Quiver, don't they?
Yes, I do.
I mean, whilst it wouldn't specifically call out to 607, it could be an alert. I believe Geist have whistling arrows in there, which are designed for signaling.
Well, now that's an interesting idea. Very interesting idea. What's the weather like?
The weather? That's a good question. Quickly roll a 2d6. It is a dense fog, which is
Whistling arrows may be our best bet.
Yeah, because I believe they can be heard from like a range of 300 feet or something like that from...
That's pretty good. That's more than we have now.
Right.
Maybe just like a flare, kind of an audio flare.
Okay, I've got my short bow. I'm not very good at it, but I mean, I guess we just need to make the noise, not.
Yeah, you don't need to be,
You just need to give him, attract his attention somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good plan. So, Hulla, if you want to stand on the outer ring of the tents, and I will go to the southwest as far as the rope will let me, and then I'll fire off a whistling arrow.
okay.
You got it. I've got one. Give a yank if you need to be pulled in.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. I'll execute the plan, and I will pull out my short bow, and I will pull out a whistling arrow, or at least what I think is a whistling arrow. I'm not 100% sure I would recognize all the different types of ammunition, but I think I've got the right one.
I mean, I'm
The
pretty sure with
whistling arrow-
that particular quiver, if you think that it will pull out the one you want, it's like that sort of quiver.
Okay.
A whistling arrow sends out as far as you can shoot it. It, like you say, it absolutely makes an incredibly loud noise and whistles into the distance. The only thing that it seems to attract, though, is this giant vulture that's come back for a more closer inspection of the camp. Now, flies down to about 20 feet. But I'm afraid, it feels as though the fog just eats and muffles the noise after a while. And you cannot hear any other response from 607.
Okay, I'll go back up and tell them this. That I think the fog is muffling everything, and we should try this again once the fog is lifted.
Yeah.
You got it.
And then I'm gonna say, Hulla, what did you find here?
What?
There's a giant bird in our encampment. Did Skrapp invite this in?
I didn't, but
flying
if
above
you want
you.
me to talk to it, I can.
Oh, I
Yes!
cast the sacred flame on it to.
Oh,
if
do
it's-
you?
if it's-
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Give me an intimidation check as well. Or you can also use animal handling, but whichever's higher for you is fine.
Animal handling is technically higher, but I have proficiency on intimidation, so let's do that.
Okay. Hey, that's actually much better. Sacred Flame is like a holy pillar of fire that just erupts. Well, yours is like shadowy, isn't it? We've discussed this. It's like a
No, mine is like flame. Yeah, it's a
blue flame,
it's a
right?
fiery.
Like a,
Yep.
an underworld-like flame. Yeah, so it definitely sees that and seems to veer out of the way and tries to fly as fast away as possible. Doesn't like the looks of that. Almost as if blue fire is. It's like a sign of fear in its eyes as it sees this.
As long
Very
as I can do that fairly regularly anytime it gets within 60 feet. So I will keep an eye on this guy.
Okay.
Oh, how tall is your sacred flame?
60 feet.
or something. Yeah.
Yep.
60 feet up in the air?
Yep.
Oh, Hulla, I think we've been doing this wrong. When the fog lifts, let's have you go to the end of the rope and do your sacred flame. Maybe he can see it if he's out there.
Okay. It has to be targeted at something, but I'll try. And maybe I can aim for the ground. Maybe. I don't know. We'll give it a try.
Sled. We can take a sled. Take a sled out. The sled. Does it have to be a living thing?
Sorry.
It-
Ignore that.
It normally does, but rules is written. It does have to be a living thing.
Okay.
But
all
I
right.
mean-
No, that's fine. We'll figure this out.
Sorry.
Is it formerly
I-
living or
I-
currently living? So we can
I'm not
pick
going to
out-
be too fast. If you want to cast it off and just have it target nothing, I'm actually kind of okay with that.
Okay. That works for me.
I'm just mentioning that, yeah, normally rules are written, but it's why not? You can't. Why couldn't you manifest it on something in thin air? But anyway, yeah, you can do this once the fog clears, which it doesn't seem to do for a good. Well, you tell me when you want to try something else, but 1 hour passes, 2, 3, 4, eventually 8 hours of this fog.
Oh, and we're back up into the afternoon.
You know, if that
Exactly, yeah.
vulture comes back, I'm gonna try and speak with it. Maybe I can see if it's seen 607.
That's a good idea. I like that, Skrapp. I like that idea a lot.
And then if it decides to be a dick, we can just shoot it again.
Well, maybe we can bribe it. Hey, we can use some of the food or our rations. We can give it food if it'll bring 607 back to us, whole
Well,
and
that-
intact.
We can talk to them. I mean, I don't know how willing they're going to be to talk to us, but
well, I
can
mean,
try.
if Skrapp can talk to it, like I said, maybe it can bring. We can get it to bring 607 back. Then we can drive it with food or something.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot. It'll have better eyesight and longer distance than we do right now.
Yeah.
If it's from this area, it'll know its terrain.
Well, you want to try and lure it back down?
How long does speak with animals last? 10 minutes, but I can ritually cast it, so I'm gonna ritually cast speak with animals, and then I'm just gonna call out to the vulture in vulture. Hey, vulture, sorry for my friend, can we have a word a moment? We'll give you some food if you're willing to listen.
It says, how about you give the food first? Then we'll listen.
Okay, Skrapp will get out a day's worth of rations, probably like the dried meats and stuff, and just sort of chuck them out into the distance to like the edge of the camp, so they'd have to come down and get them.
Yeah. It circles wearily near you. And it doesn't just eat it immediately, it plucks it up and flies up into a safer distance. And then it disappears for a while. But after a few minutes, it does finally come back. And it says, when it comes back, of course it comes back with 2 others.
Ah.
And
you have friends. How nice.
You're not friends of ours, though.
I mean,
just because you fed us.
Never said I
Earlier,
was.
you were trying to do terrible things to us.
I mean, I
You
wasn't.
summoned the
I've just been...
Frostmaiden's flame.
Oh, you know who the Frostmaiden is? That saves some time. But I personally haven't done anything to you. I did want to talk, but my friend can be a bit trigger happy. Apologies for them, you know. And just sort of looks. It's their half-orc nature. The orc side just goes a bit far sometimes. Trust me, I know. I was.
You'll have to give more. You have to give more food to make up for that.
Okay, but can we have a little bit of a chat first, and then decide if, you know, from there, and then.
They want to. Let's see the rations. Let's see them first. Let's see the goods.
I get out another day's worth of rations.
No, one for each of us.
Oh, there's 3 of you. Well, I've already given.
What are they saying?
They want food. They want food for their friends. Okay, well, I've already given you some, so the other 2 get some. That's fair.
Okay, give me a persuasion check or animal handling.
Oh, thank God, animal handling, because I'm a bit better at that.
They say, fine. 2 more though.
Yes.
Up
so
front.
I will chuck the rations towards them and just be like,
Okay.
607 owes me food once this is over.
Right. They greedily munch down, and they do this within earshot of the camp. You're free to talk to them.
Alright, so I know you guys have been flying about, and I think one of my other companions, I'm going to say friend, he's more just a traveling guy, may have taken some pot shots at you because he thought you were dangerous, and I'm sure you are dangerous. I mean, look at those talons, really dangerous. I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of those beaks either. But he seems to have gone missing and was just wondering if you'd seen him or could help us find him.
No one's ever flattered a vulture before. Our kind. We usually just get insults hurled at us.
I mean, you do what you gotta do to survive out here, and I can respect that.
Well, your friend. What was his name? 607.
Yes,
he's...
Yeah, he's sort of made of metal, more so than I am right now. Not very good to eat.
Yeah.
Just...
One of them squawks up and says, "Yeah, he tried to blast me. Damn. Missed, though."
Yeah. That seems to be his thing. I think it may be how he says hello.
I think it was a warning shot.
Yeah,
and the
just
other
sort of
like,
like...
No, he definitely was just a poor shot. Can't hit for shit.
Just sort of... Skrapp just sort of goes, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
As for where he went, the vulture kind of shrugs. He disappeared. There was this weird snowflake above his head that spun around and poof! Turned into snow and gone. Nothing but a chilly breeze left.
Damn it, he's got the pearl. He had left the pearl behind. I could have maybe analysed the snow and worked out what it was. Damn it, 607, never around when I need you. I appreciate the information and,
Oh, you've got them too! They kind of point out.
Yeah,
much like the one above your head.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and annoyingly, 607 has the thing I need to be able to tell what exactly it is other than a oral marking, I think. So, you've been flying about a bit. You haven't seen any, of the people who normally have in these tents recently. I mean, they should be on their way back soon. The Reghead tribe, Tiger. You got a big cat with them.
You know what? They're gonna roll a wisdom perception check because that's a very good actual question to ask. They know. Oh yes, the tribe. They stay. They know travel back.
So
there was much feasting. Oh yes, much blood spilled on battle.
I'm just
now
gonna ask the question.
Like vulture, knowing that food come to them.
Oh, are they waiting for more of the tribe to return so they can attack them?
Another one squawks and says, "Yes, other tribe wander, other tribe hunt. They return back, and they are in, and then tiger hunt elk, laying an ambush."
Honestly, it seems a smart way to do things, but they were so confident that their full force would be enough. I'm surprised they're going for sneaky methods. Well, then again, their cat's probably not as brave.
They win already. Whole camp taken over. In fact, so strong that Tiger still strong, can take on more elks.
I'm
gather
just gonna...
they won so single-handedly that they are basically now pushing their luck and gonna go for the extra returning hunting camps. But if they haven't returned, and when they should have been back like within an hour, like a day and a half, then it may take even twice as long for them. You have no idea, really. But...
Well, that's... Seriously, people are terrible at timekeeping. It's one of their worst traits. You said they were feasting. I'm just gonna check because I've heard rumors. Were they feasting on, like, animals, or were they feasting on those they killed?
No. Feasting on meats.
Okay.
Supplies.
Okay, that's good. They haven't gone that far then. Is there anything you'd like to know? I mean, I feel like I'm asking all the questions at this point.
Yes, where do you get more tasty rations? They surround you.
I bought mine in town, one of the towns when I was traveling through. So if you're able to scavenge up some supplies, I'm sure we could cook them into something tastier for you if you're interested.
Not much food here.
I mean, you said there was a battlefield where they were doing lots of stuff. I mean, if the...
Yes, but they throw pointy sticks at us.
Well, you just... that's true. Well, if you do find any food and we're still about, you know, we're here. Thank you for your company and your assistance, and have a good day, gentle vultures, and keep those claws sharp.
They ascend into the fog.
Okay, so so I can.
So what did they say?
Okay, good news and bad news. So, the Tiger Tribe won their victory so overwhelmingly that, slight bad news, they're planning to stay to basically ambush other returning Elk Tribe people. So I think this might be the Elk Tribe's extinction, if I'm not, they can guess. Not sure how big a deal that is. As for 607, apparently this snowflake thing that we each have above our heads sort of like spun about and then turned him into snow.
I'm sorry, turned him into snow?
What?
Yeah, I mean, that's what the vultures said. My guess is it was some form of teleport spell, like a snowy step rather than a misty step, but I don't know for certain. That's just my optimistic guess, but yeah, apparently he was out there and then just went poof, and all that was left was snow.
Okay, well, I mean, that at least makes sense why we can't find him. If he's, like, magically gone, that explains why the locate object didn't work. But on the other hand, where would we go to find him? He could be literally anywhere on a different plane, anywhere in the world.
I mean, he's on this plane of existence, I'm pretty sure, because he has one of my infused items on him, and I can still sense that that's on this plane of existence, so unless they removed his head, because it's part of his head, and left that here and took the rest, I think we're good. But I'm wondering if maybe that is Oral's like the Snow Druid or Oral's test for him, so he's got to do whatever he's doing solo in order to prove himself. But honestly, this religious stuff is a bit above my head. The way my people worship is through, like, carving stone and stuff, so, don't really know about trials of, surviving alone in wilderness and things like that. It's a bit of a... yeah, that's more some other tribe style of thing.
Maybe that's why we can't find him, because he's, like, doing it solo. Maybe... Maybe it was a test, and whoever went off on their own was the one who had to do the test.
I mean,
what else would be these weird, you know,
Yes. Also, based on the fact that the tribe are planning to ambush others, I'm not sure they're going to be back within the 3 days like they promised. I'm not sure on that. Also,
the
vultures, bit of an oddity, but the vultures seem to think that when you use your sacred flame on them, it was Oryl's flame.
I don't expect vultures to know the difference between different human gods.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought it was a interesting thing. I mean, they were at least aware enough of Oryl, which is interesting in itself. Also, odd that there were 3 of them and there's 3 of us.
Always 3s.
That's probably just a coincidence.
The next
When it
few
comes to
hours
magic, there's
go by.
rarely coincidence.
You're left talking amongst yourselves about gods, about how long it's going to take, and that sinking feeling, not knowing just how long you're going to have to be here, starts to settle. And what in the next day do you plan on exactly doing now that you realize this is not going to be the end? This is not going to be like a wake up and get ready to go. You could be here for the long haul. Is there any kind of long-term plans that people would start to think about doing, especially in terms of like survival? Because
Yes,
that you've got food, yes, but the wood will run out.
Yes. You did mention a copse of trees nearby, didn't you?
I did. Yes, there is a dense little forested area off to the northwest.
Well, how far to the northwest?
Well, it's within sight, so, you know, a mile or so, you could probably get there.
I mean, we could probably... Considering we don't know exactly how long we're going to be here, it might be a good idea for maybe... I mean, I can stay here and tend the fire if you two want to go off in a pair. And, deal with the... get some more wood to bring back.
I don't know. Should we just burn the sleds that they didn't take? They obviously don't need those extra sleds. Scavenge first. I mean, get the rest of the firewood out of the other fires. Maybe scavenge, the sleds or wooden furniture before we leave the fire and go off. I mean, 607 went off on his own, taken when he was alone, and we don't know that the same won't happen to us.
I mean, the same happening to us might actually be what needs to happen. This is meant to be a test of isolation, and we're staying in a group.
So we deliberately go off into that? I don't like that very much at all.
I mean, it might... We're gonna need more firewood, and burning down stuff and potentially pissing them off when they get back. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't want to face an entire tribe of reghead barbarians when they get back if we piss them off. As you said, that tiger looked like it could...
They have broken their agreement. They're not coming back. They said, we'll be back in 3 days. Repeatedly. And if they're not coming back, as far as I'm concerned, and 607 did tell them we were going to burn down a hut, for leaving us,
I'm wondering if them not coming back is they've been told not to.
I don't know.
This is all
Hulla, you're our healer, and Skrapp is our wizard, and we need to keep the fire going. So you two are far more important than I am. I mean, I'm willing to take a sled out to the copse of trees, and bring back some firewood. But, again, if I disappear, I need you to stay here because we need to keep the fire going. That was the deal.
Yeah.
We had to keep the fire going.
That's why I'm saying if there's two potential ways I can see going about this. Either you two go off and bring it back so that people aren't going off into the wilderness by themselves, which leaves me here isolated, at least for the time being, or one of you goes off into the wilderness isolated.
I'm afraid if we leave you by the fire isolated, you're going to be portaled away or taken, or whatever happened to 6 or 7, and the fire will go out in your absence.
I might be.
Does the fire have to burn continuously, or did it just have to be lit when they came back?
I assume it just needs to be lit, but at the same time, it's keeping us warm.
I think they did say something like, yeah, we want a warm fire when we come back. The effective equivalent of we want a nice warm cup of tea when we get back. We want something set up and ready so that we can begin cooking their meats and their spoils.
Yeah. I'm trying to think from like a mechanical perspective, like if there's a way to rig something up with some logs so that if the fire gets too low, it automatically would drop another log on. Like an artificer perspective.
Yeah. You know what? Sure. Give me another intelligence check.
Sure. Could this be with Tinker's tools?
Tinker tools, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Oh.
No. Apparently not. Guidance? No, it's probably still not going to be enough because that sounds like a weirdly complex device. I can see ways to do it the other way around.
Yeah, I was going to say I was looking for at least a 15. I think.
Yeah.
You kind of the idea is there. It's just like, how would I get a timed piece of log to land?
Yeah,
maybe with something with like snow that fills up like a lever, but that then requires it like.
Yeah.
You'd have to have a lever that filled with snow, but then it's not snowing right now, so you're not even sure if that would equate and work out. Plus, how do you account for like blizzards that will just knock it over?
Yeah,
it's like you got like ideas, but there's so many problems to overcome.
Yeah, you'd need something that is warmed by the fire, and then when it gets cold by the fire going out or going below a certain temperature, that's when it releases. But I can't work out how to do that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Damn.
Right.
I mean,
well, if I'm going to go get firewood, should I do it this afternoon or wait till in the morning?
I'd say the weather what's the weather like at this moment?
So you had 8 hours of fog, and then it went to light snow, and so you can then see the trees now, and I'm going to change it back to the snow there. So it is, what is it, 8 hours into the afternoon? You've still got 8 hours left basically of the day.
It's probably going to take all of that to get there and back.
Yeah, you're like halfway through this day 3.
Okay.
I'd say if you're going to go now, because we don't know what the weather's going to be like, and at the moment the weather seems to be at least reasonable for travel.
Okay. Hulla, if I die out there, I don't think I will, because I'm really tough, but if I die out there, take care of Bits and Andy for me. And if you ever make it back to Weep, tell my dad and Ayala that I send my love.
You're going to be fine.
I am.
Let me see.
I am. I'm going to get my backpack, all my supplies, make sure my weapons are secured, take a little pot with an ember of fire, and I'm gonna go get a sled and pull the sled behind me on my way to the cops, so that I can pull back a sled's worth of firewood, not just what I can carry in my arms.
Yeah, perfect.
Before Ashanti leaves, Skrapp hands them a stone, which if they basically press on it, it will basically project a static sort of image of bits. So it's just like, if you do disappear somewhere, at least you'll have a nice memory. That's good, right?
I love it. Oh, she looks so happy.
Yeah.
Barritomus better be taking care of her.
You just give Ashanti a Tamagotchi.
I basically gave them so I can create
Neo Geo.
a tiny. I can take a tiny non-magical object and give it a property which can include a static visual effect on one of the object surfaces.
Amazing.
Aww.
All right.
So yeah, probably is basically Ashanti? Tamagotchi bits at the moment, or at least visually.
Little pixelated bits. That's great. Give me a survival check, Ashanti.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hulla.
Oh yeah, I'll wait till they're done. But
no, go ahead. I'm just thinking.
Well, I don't have much that I can give you, Ashanti, but I can give you a little bit of enhancements on your any ability. So I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give Owl's Wisdom, so advantage on wisdom checks, because I want her to be able to find her way home.
Okay, you can re-roll that, Ashanti, because you got advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep the 15.
I like my first roll better. I liked my first roll a lot better.
Yeah, it's helping at least. Okay, you managed to make it out to this copse of trees, densely wooded. It's so dark in there, but you best will get to work quick and start chopping down some of the more exterior, smaller trees. Some of them have already been kind of wind-swept, and you can see where their bark has creaked and given way. And so chopping down some of these smaller ones that are on the outskirts proves quick work, and you fill up a sled in no time, and you can start to head back. So as you turn around to head back, there was just a brief moment where you're a little bit disorientated and figuring out which direction was the camp again, and you're almost sure it was like south. It'd be southeast.
Yeah. Where are my tracks? That's odd. It's not snowing enough to have totally covered up everything. Okay, all right. Which way did I come in? Think, Ashanti. You know which way you came in from. Come on, think. All right, Chris. I've given myself a pep talk.
Well, I can say that 2, 4, 6. You have failed the check by a single point. Just a single 1 point. Which is the
that
third
survival
day.
check that I did?
Actually, 10. Basically, this is how it goes. It starts at DC 10. And it gets +2 for each day after the first. The first day was DC 10. Second, DC 12. Oh yeah, it'd be DC 14 then, right? The third day. 10, 12, 13. Yeah, I've been counting wrong. It is enough. Cool. You start to find your tracks. It was just a light snow that was covering it. They're faint though, but the sled also gives it away. These two parallel lines that are going through the snow, and they were a bit more recognizable than the divots and footfalls of yours. So you're all waiting a little bit longer than you expect, but before Ashanti gets back, actually, Skrapp and Hulla, I need you guys to also, again, give me survival checks, basically to just make sure the fire is kept going. And Hulla, you're cooking up the food. Okay. That seems interesting. Okay, and then Hulla. Okay, cool. Perfect. So that's fine. Ashanti, you do make it back, and Skrapp's still thinking on this device, these contraptions that are going to keep the fire going
Hey,
should you guys need to leave. But there's a whole sled of wood that you top up now.
Hulla, could you like check my eyes or something? I had a moment out there where I had no idea which way I came in, and that's not like me. I normally can always tell where I've been, at least. And I felt so weird and so odd.
You don't think it was just like snow blindness, or
I don't know. That's why I was just wondering if you could like look in my eyes and make sure I didn't hit my head or something and forgot.
Hmm.
well, I'll look you over, but I'm not a doctor or anything. I don't actually diagnose things. I just, magically poof things away,
I know, but I
But
just would feel better if somebody made sure my pupils were not different sizes.
Give him a medicine
um,
check.
oh yeah, okay, let's do that. Medicine, medicine. Ooh,
They look
oh, that's good.
perfectly healthy, and there's no like abnormal effects on their person, skin, or what have you. The only thing you do notice is that the snowflake that was hovering above their head was slightly spinning faster as they approached, but it seems to have slowed back down to a normal orientation, same as yours.
I don't know. You seem okay. Did you
All right. Well,
notice, like, when you were out there, was your snowflake spinning faster or doing anything weird while you were away from us?
honestly,
'Cause
didn't
maybe it's
look
just
up.
settle. Maybe it's just
Yeah.
settling down because you're close to us, but it was acting a little strange there for a sec.
This is above our heads, right?
Hmm.
Or is it in front of
It
us?
is. It's above your heads. Yeah.
Above the head.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hala, I didn't. There was no reflective surfaces out there that I paid any attention to. I was too busy wanting to get to the trees and get back before full dark. And
Well,
It is
granted,
at least you
now.
made it back.
it's always dark, but sometimes the darkness seems denser here in
Uh,
Icewindale than other times.
So it is getting dark now. You guys have got another full meal ready to go. Hulla's helped out with this one whilst Ashanti's cooking up. And Scrap, you start to think maybe if you just had like a couple of like knickknacks and very specific tools that you could perhaps gather from a couple of these tents. But you're like, nah, it's dark. That'd be stupid to do it now. And you gather up around the camp, one by one, kind of find sleep once again. Although, Hulla, I will need another intelligence save from you. This is that damn pulsing psionic crystal trying to alter your course, trying to get you to go out there into the spine of the world. And it's weighing on you heavily, but right here, right now, you are still focused on what's directly in front of you. And so you do get a long rest and you don't get any adverse effects. You're okay for now, but man, it's a kind of a killer headache in the morning. But Scrap, during the night, when you got that brilliant idea and it's still swirling in your head and you just can't get to sleep because you're like, damn it, oh, maybe if I had this or a little bit of wire, I could. It's that kind of thinking, and you're like, actually, you did see something like that might work the contraption in one of the tents. This strange kind of bone figurine or something that would have been perfect for it.
Hmm.
I'm guessing, do you pursue your
Yeah,
your
intellectual curiosity is the. Yeah. Curiosity may kill the cat,
Absolutely.
but I am not a cat.
Okay. All right. Well, you head off into one of these tents and you begin fixing it together. adjusting your contraption so that it can work, and we'll come back to you in a moment. But for now, when Ashanti and Hulla wake up, there is no sign of Skrapp. Come morning, day 4.
Oh no. Oh no. We
You
should
can
have
see that-
we should have set a watch. Why didn't we set a watch?
You can see their bedroll it's still there. They haven't up and left, but it does look as though they got up during the night. And inspecting the tracks, there doesn't seem to be anyone else that has dragged them away. There's no signs of a struggle. There's just her footfalls. They kind of enter into one of the tents. Pulling back the flap, looking inside, you can see where they've operated on bits and pieces and putting something together. But maybe sleep kind of finally took them and they didn't finish their work. But there's no sign of her tracks leading out of the tent. And so you basically would turn this place upside down looking for them. There's no sign of them. They're gone.
Oh, good. I wake Ashanti up. Ashanti, guess who's gone? You stay here with the fire. I'm gonna go check the other tents on the perimeter. Just
Okay, don't leave. Don't leave.
I won't leave the camp.
Yeah. Shoot.
And
Where could Scraps have gone? Where is she?
I don't know. The tracks don't lead out of the tent. That's the thing. There's unless she was magically taken as well. There's I don't understand what happened. But
she had
didn't...
gone out the back. I mean, crawled under an edge.
Well, that's what I'm gonna check.
Okay. All right. I will keep the fire going.
Yep. Turning this place upside down and checking every single tent. There is no sign of them whatsoever. The last trace is that single footfall that led into that tent and then never came out. We're going to quickly switch back to 607. I know it's been a little while, so I've thought of an idea. 607, you're still within this sort of vision of yours. For you, it feels very much real. You've been transported all the way back to the family's headquarters. Can't really get a good sense of your surroundings, but you can hear like sounds of tools being unpacked. You hear talk between different, what sounds like artificers themselves. They, much like Skrapp, they seem to be talking about attachments and gearing systems, etc., etc. And you can hear the clang and clunk of pieces of metal, somewhat sounding like your own arms being laid out on a table. And it sounds as though that they are reconstructing something, creating their own version of you. And before long, you suddenly feel your eyes kind of flicker open, and you feel a vice-like grip on the sides of your temple. And as you try to move your head, you realize you can't. It's fully fixed in place. But you can move around your eyes, and as they adjust and look, you realize you have no torso, you have no arms, no limbs, anything. You are like a figured head, basically. Like, what's the word? Decapitated, that's the one. You're a decapitated head, and you can feel your brain being like operated on piece by piece, and the core is like stuffed into your head. Instead of it being in your chest, they've like moved it into where the brain should be. And you hear, talk of like, it's finally awake. It's fascinating. Wonder if you can hear us. The
I can hear you,
sensor
idiots.
should be on. And it can talk. Finally, we'll get some answers. We've been stuck on the transmogrification of the crystal core. I wonder, you must have some inkling as to how it works. How did you get inside there to begin with?
I know everything about how this works. You're just too stupid to figure out. I'm gonna see if I can cast Mind Sliver on him.
Without
Uh,
arms, to do your somatic components. Is it
it's
verbal
verbal
only?
only. It's verbal
Oh,
only.
shit. Oh my god. Okay, fair play. In that case, yeah, you would absolutely do mind sliver on him. I'll roll a wisdom
I need
intelligence save.
intelligence
That's
saving
a fail. Yeah, that's a fail. He immediately recoils back. Like, ah, ah.
He
What is your
takes
mind
4
sliver like?
points a 4 points a second. It's literally just because of where we are. It's like a spectral arm reaches out from where the body would be, and just stabs him with a little like a dagger in the head.
Oh god, yeah. That stabs him and he's holding the side of his head as if he'd just been stabbed through the ear, and he's like, ah, what the? It can still cast spells. And you see he's
Told
holding
you,
his head
I know how to
and
do
blood's
everything.
trickling out.
I'm gonna cast it again.
No,
He's gonna-
no, please stop. Yeah, he begs you to stop.
I'm gonna. No. Why would I stop?
Oh god.
Look what you did to me. I'm gonna get out of here somehow, and I'm gonna kill everybody in this place.
Holy shit. I'll roll another.
It's another
He
3 points
he
psychic damage.
staggers back as ear just fucking blood just pours down out of his ears. The other ones look. There's others in this room as well. Many of these artificers kind of work together to figure this out. They look like they're in a panic state, and one of them calls out like, "Shut it down, quickly!" And they start to head
No
over
arms,
towards.
no legs, and I'm still kicking your ass. Come on, this is the best. This is the best the family can do. Mother and father, they
panicking.
can't find anybody better than you. You're
Like
pathetic.
hitting you with like
Each and every one of you,
screwdrivers.
pathetic. And when I get free, I'm gonna rip you limb from limb, and instead of allowing you to speak, I'm gonna cut your tongue out and feed it to the dog. And I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver again.
Oh god, yeah, the one that's approaching you with like a wrench, trying to just bust you into pieces, is suddenly staggering back and realizing what's happening. He fails as well. They are all like falling away. Like I imagine like they're like trying to get out of your sight, so they're like falling to the floor, like holding their heads, reeling in pain, and you hear a door open up, a loud kind of conk as it slams against the door, sort of a heavy fortified door, and you see right back at the top of the set of stairs is Shona, and she steps into the light. She is, unfortunately for you, further back that your mind sliver couldn't reach, but
It's 60 feet away.
yeah. This is like a big factory, like warehouse almost. They've got loads of operating tables and apparatus set out. And she says, "What are you all doing lying on the floor?" "Oh, you're up. Interesting."
Yeah, your
Seems
lackeys
you are-
can't figure out what's wrong.
"You are full of surprises, and I'm not surprised. They are a dim-witted lot. But you seem to have an intricate understanding."
I know more than you. I know
Perhaps-
more than them, that's for damn sure.
Evidently. Instead, then, how about I cut you a deal?
How about I
You could
cut your
help
face
us?
off?
It's been a while since I've heard threats like that. Makes me nostalgic. But you aren't really in much of a position to do that.
Really? I've taken out these three.
Well,
Just imagine
I
if
kind
I
of
had my
need them.
arms, my legs, and my body.
actually,
I
I
could
don't
unleash
need
fully
them.
on you.
Yes. Empty threads from a little cubel on an operating table. Listen, I can give you back your arms. I can give you back your powers. If you would only help us. we are trying to reconstruct you. Piece by piece, we will get there in the end. We either have to do this the long way, much more painful way, or you could expedite this. There'll be something for you in the end.
What would that be?
We'd give you back your body, of course. A new one, in fact. Better.
A new one. Mm-hmm. How better?
Well, those other ones were kind of getting all clogged up with snow and brittle. And there's some weird sort of other metal you've grafted onto the front that doesn't seem compatible with the others, but besides the point. We know that you are simply a prototype. We can master this design together, and then you can reap the benefits. You could reach your full potential.
You wouldn't just let me go. You don't want to use me.
Can't. I can't let you go. Not until we've figured out what makes you tick.
You know what makes me tick? Beating heart. Hatred. Passion.
You want flesh? You want a body
say
again?
that.
A real one?
Figure that out. And no, I don't. Flesh is for the weak.
Okay, well then
Thank
help
you.
us. We will create something spectacular.
Alright. I'll help you. Give me my body
Perfect.
back. And you let me kill these
All
three.
right. She raises an eyebrow. That's a little grim. But I suppose they were useless anyway. She starts to approach, and as she does, you see her pick up one of your arms off the table. And she heads over towards you. It's cautiously. But you see her reattaching it to a torso. And then she brings both the torso with the arm attached, a single arm, over towards the operating table. And there she lowers down a winch, and your head begins to slot down into the chest. And she backs away as you feel the connection surging and connecting. And she backs away up to the stairs, where she says, I will leave you to your work then. I'm expecting good results. And with that, you hear the very, again, heavily fortified door close and lock. And then suddenly you feel a twitching in your fingertips as you're able to reach out and begin casting somatic components. And you can even start to undo the vice around your head and free your head as well. And you're still seeing the three like reeling artificers on the floor they're just coming around. They're like coming to their senses, and they look up like no, please. One of them goes to the door, is thumping on it, trying to get out. Let us out, please.
I'm gonna methodically reattach my legs. Grab my walking stick staff. And look back at them and say, let's get to work. As I start casting spells at them.
Wow. And yeah, I feel like we fade to black as you effectively, we just hear the screams of these artificers one by one being either incinerated or their minds brutally murdered. Meanwhile, Skrapp. And that was a very fitting isolation, I feel. You are on your own now, effectively with a whole laboratory to work with. If anything, that is like very fitting end to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Skrapp.
spend as much time as I have alone once I've dispatched these individuals in a very painful manner.
Oof, God.
I'm gonna spend as much time as I can trying to figure out what's going on and
Yeah.
planning, because I have zero intention of actually helping her. Planning on how I can get out or attack her or defeat her or something like that. So.
And she might have zero intention of letting you go. Maybe she, she might have a double cross plan as well, and so you kind of know you're better to cross her before she crosses you. It feels like.
So I'm to plan as many booby traps, weapons, anything that I can to get this place sorted.
Fantastic. Okay. Then Skrapp. As you are still working away, it feels like you're not just unlocking the schematic to this, but rather something in your mind clicks, and you realize very soon that in the most basic, simple design of this contraption, where it like gauges the temperature, you suddenly realize this is actually a missing piece of your grand design. Something your magnum opus was also missing, this kind of temperature gauge. You realize, oh my god, this would have solved all your problems earlier. This fits into your other super secret design you've been working on. Your blueprints needed this part, and now you're finally making it. And I will say, give me a wisdom saving throw as you begin to come to the realization. That's brilliant. Okay, Skrapp. In that case, then, you absolutely do come to this full head where you're realizing, yeah, this works not just for this little design. This is nothing now compared to a much bigger picture, and it's all the numbers, the graphs, the pie charts start flowing into your head in a puzzle that you was all jumbled before, and now it all just suddenly fits together and connects. And you definitely, are feverishly and obsessed with creating this, such that you work on throughout the night. You physically lose track of time whilst you're doing this.
Yes. It's the perfect way to not only make sure it doesn't overheat, but doesn't also cool down too much. It will maintain the temperature perfectly if I can just get this right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it does bring you back to thinking like, damn, now you've got this piece figured out. You just need to go back and find your original blueprints wherever they are. They're still out there somewhere. And realize so long as you're with the party, they're gonna constantly go on side tracks and other little missions, and they're just kind of holding you back a little bit, and you just need to go out there, fulfill your full potential, and get your design done before it's too late, before it's lost to the
all I need to do is be able to find more of the meth I need, and for that I just need that crystal from Hulla. If I have that...
I heard meth.
I said metal.
Oh, metal.
Yeah. That's
and they've not been giving that up. So something you'd have to take from them. And as this line of thinking continues, you are able to again fix everything to fit and perfectly, and it works. And as you come back out into the camp to find Hulla to get the crystal, you don't see them anywhere.
Oh, damn it.
It feels like you've been working on this for days. You completely lost track of time, and they're nowhere to be found. It's like they've moved on.
Skrapp looks up to see if the snowflake is above their head still.
It is not.
Well, I suppose two things are possibilities. Well, 3. We passed the test and they got sent back and I didn't. I was alone long enough and did something and it got me sent off by myself. Or they got sent off somewhere. Oh, oh, 4th thing. Or they just went off by themselves and abandoned me. Which is the most likely? Oh, the snowflake's gone and they still had theirs and 607 disappeared with that and there was something happening with Ashanti, so... Yeah, I think it's most likely that I've gone somewhere. Huh. And yet I'm still here. That's disappointing. I was hoping I'd go somewhere interesting.
You suddenly hear a voice, and it seems to be coming out of one of your little devices. You know, the same one you just gave Ashanti, which gives a little visual. This one is like an audio one, and it's like a little walkie-talkie almost. And you hear a voice that says, "Ah, ever the logical deduction, Skrapp?"
That's what I do, strange voice. Hello?
Oh, you don't recognize your old friend, Spellix?
Oh, it's you, Spellix. Sorry, dodgy signal. Need to work on that. Wait. How are you talking through one of these? Like, these are meant to just be recordings. Did you leave something with me that I wasn't aware of? Also, where are you?
Maybe I did. Where I am? I'm in a predicament right now. I could really use some help. I'm still alive, though. That's the most important thing.
Well, that is a good point, but really the most important thing is I've managed to find the flaw in my magnum opus and found a way to fix it. I just need to find the rest of the blueprints.
Oh, brilliant work. Well done. I can't wait to see it.
You're in trouble. How can I be of assistance?
Yes. I'm going to need you to travel quite a distance. I'm far removed from 10 towns now. I got picked up, you see. And, oh, no, they're coming. You suddenly hear like a knocking on a door. And it says, I'll be right there. I've got to go, Skrapp. I mustn't let them, they mustn't know. And you suddenly hear the connection cut out.
Well. Good news and bad news again. He's alive. Bad news, he's in trouble. Good news is he can contact me. Bad news is I have no idea where he is, apart from that he's not in the 10 towns. But that doesn't mean he's not in the Dales.
Part of the success on that wisdom save is that you do logically deduce that this device never did exist before, and that this kind of feels more like it might be some sort of dream. The last thing you do remember was going to sleep. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And the wisdom save confirms that this is perhaps but either a vision or dream. But nonetheless,
it's in the Dales. Skrapp's just sort of musing. If they're still in the Dales, but they're not anywhere near the 10 towns, but there's clearly someone with a door that can be knocked on. The only other building I can think of in Icewindale that's far enough removed from the 10 towns but would still have a solid enough door like that would be that prison I've heard of, but...
You can give me an intelligence check, one real quick intelligence check, because that's a good deduction. Possibly.
Okay.
It definitely did have a door, I won't say anything more than that. But, alright, Skrapp, as you continue to work on your device, we'll go back to Ashanti and Hulla, who are still here, the only two left in this camp, day 4. It is disheartening to know that Skrapp perhaps is gone, but you knew the risks. What are you going to do now?
You think that he was right, and that we have to be separated in order to pass this test?
Okay, well then, if we have to be separated, then you're a cleric, and you have a connection to the divine. I think that you should stay by the fire and tend the fire. Maybe Hades will look fondly upon you and let you keep the fire going.
I'm going to... You know, that gives me an idea. Oops. Ignore that.
That was me.
Okay, that was you. Good. I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't think I rolled anything.
Checking the old weather. Oh, it's a blizzard.
Mm.
If it's finally come around, we knew that would eventually happen. The light snow has turned into a fierce storm, but your tents are holding strong.
Okay. I'm going to cast Augury. So by using my deck of cards, I'm going to receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action taken within the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask Hades if we should separate or if we stay together.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to specifically mention separating.
Yeah, ask which is the better outcome. Which will give us the better outcome.
Okay.
Not will
Yeah,
we,
whether
but
to separate.
right.
It
Which will
should
give
be
us a
separate.
better outcome.
Yep. Yep.
Whether to separate or stay together, and that will give you either a wheel woe or
Wheel or woe.
sure.
Yeah.
Now, when you use the augury, you use marked bones or sticks.
A set of cards.
Set of cards. Okay, yeah,
Set of
like
tarot
a tarot
cards,
reading
yeah.
almost.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. It is hard to keep these little cards from blowing around in the wind. Probably have to kind of hunker down in one of the tents and start placing them out. And well, I'm not sure exactly on all the cards of the tarot, but I'm sure that there are positive
There are
ones
some
and
cards which are
negative
evil
ones.
ones, and yeah, there are.
Like the swords might be a positive thing.
I was thinking more like the devil versus the sun. Like,
Okay,
to keep it
all
real
right,
easy.
perfect. Yeah, let's keep it simple then. Yeah, in that case, you absolutely see the sun appear as you draw the cards out and turn them over. The sun is apparent, very much.
Okay. That's good enough for me. Ashanti!
Well, what did it say?
The cards say that we do
And
need to separate.
I hate
there
doing so
is
in this blizzard, but
also
if
one other
that's
card, part of this tarot reading. It's clearly will, but I'm going to add to that and also say that there is one other card that's represented, and it might be something like
Like, there's the sun and the moon, the lovers, the magician,
yeah,
the hanged man, the hermit. I don't remember all my cards, but something like that.
I'm not sure either, but I'm going to say that something like the Two of Wands comes up, and whatever card it is, it basically represents that there is some sort of risk.
Okay.
Not that it's woe or unsure, but rather it's will, but with a risk.
Yeah. I mean, we figured that anyway, didn't we? That whatever decision we make, it's going to be risky, but we should separate and, I don't know, try and get through this.
I'm gonna head to the copse of trees. Hopefully that'll be far enough away. That will be considered an isolation, and then I can get some shelter in the copse of trees.
Okay.
I'm gonna take
Take
a
some
sled
food with you.
me.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I've got all my trail rations, my backpack. I'm gonna take a sled with me so I can bring back firewood. I'm gonna wait 24 hours and then come back.
Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on the fire here.
Okay, you've got all the firewood, and please stay safe, Hulla. I'm kind of come to think of you as another sister or cousin or tribe member, and you're a good friend, and I don't want anything bad to happen.
Hey, you too.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Now I'm gonna
Okay.
head out and strike out for that copse of trees.
You got it.
And I have
There
my
is.
backpack and all my supplies with me.
All right. There's a fierce blizzard raging and whipping into your face.
Right.
You stick down your snow goggles and push on through the snow to get to these trees. And just give me a survival check as you
Okay.
arrive there and begin setting up your own shelter and safety.
Come
Yep,
on.
you certainly go missing in there. That's for sure. When you arrive at the outskirts, you realize where you've chopped down a great deal of the trees, there is not as much shelter. You need to push deeper into that
Okay.
dark, dense forest that I mentioned that almost threatens to swallow you whole. And
Okay.
it's your only choice to get out of the blizzard.
All right.
Okay.
And that's exactly
Um.
what I'm gonna do is keep going until I find somewhere that looks like a good spot to land
Yeah.
in.
All right. Perfect. Well, it's a map I prepared earlier. Uh, I'll let you. Sorry, Ashanti. Even you do push on through. And it feels like there's almost no end to this forest here. It's like you can't get to the other end, but you definitely feel like you're deep enough now that you're away from the wind. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I know everyone's not actually here, but I'll just put them on the maps just so you can see.
Okay. I will
Um,
start searching for a downed tree or
mm,
a big old fir tree with little cave underneath it, somewhere I can start, building or
hmm.
preparing a shelter for myself. And
Yeah.
I know I'm fighting the blizzard, I'm fighting the nighttime. It's cold and I'm tired. So,
All right. So you actually find this altar in a clearing. And as you kind of approach it, you realize there is actually burning. Um, there was burnt logs already in here, and you can see a great deal of ash is coalesced in this altar. It's quite big. It's like 5 foot by 5 foot on a side, and it looks like this was built up as like a pyre as well. There's like chunks of charcoal and everything. What it's doing here, you're unsure, but it's hard to tell what
interesting.
architect this belongs to, whether it's elven or not, or dwarven. Doesn't look dwarven, but who's to know? You kind of are near the Dwarven Valley. There's collapsed pillars and such, and a faint bit of stonework that you clear away as you're shoveling snow to get to the altar. But yeah, this looks like a perfect place to just set up a fire. You don't have to do all the most of the legwork of setting up a fire. You can simply just light it and just get a fire going quickly, which will mean that you don't have to worry about doing the old so frost saves at first. But it quickly becomes apparent that this this altar may have been used to like burn other things than logs. 'Cause as you're shoving in a new one every now and again, you just lodge something out of the ash. There are bones in here, human bones.
We still have company tonight. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank Joaquin that she favored my traveling and help me find shelter. So my sincere thanks to Joaquin.
Give me a medicine check as well as you look over these, because these, whilst they do look like humanoid bones, the skulls are they're very small, and you're not
Hmm.
sure whether they
Okay.
belong to goblins or gnomes
Okay. I
or
am
something
gonna take a
else.
few seconds just because I really, really don't like undead things coming alive and stomp them into powder. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I hope I'm not desecrating your grave, but I really don't want to wake up in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
middle of the night to find that you've all animated and I'm having to fight off a ton of walking skeletons. So
Okay.
sorry if this is mean, but stomp, stomp, stomp.
Oh god. As you stomp these out, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, it's a good thing I got advantage on that from Hulla.
It
That was
doesn't? Does
yesterday,
it?
though.
I think that
Oh,
was yesterday.
I think that was
Not to
yesterday.
mention, I don't think. Not to mention, I don't think it gives you advantage on the saving throws. Just checks.
okay.
Um.
Well, I'm
Sorry.
rolling crap rolls today anyway, so
Hmm. Well, let me just check something because that DC is a. Yep. That's enough. Okay, so as soon as you crunch down on these tiny skulls to rid them of any semblance of animation, like you don't want them coming alive, like you say, you reduce them to powder and dust, and it is incredibly unsettling as you begin to hear the cries of screaming, infant screaming, as there's if you can hear their souls in this moment being burnt alive. It is harrowing, and as you reel back from the fire pit, you realize exactly what's gone down here. The murder of maybe one or two. It sounds like there's like been a few murders here, and they have all been terribly burnt alive during this. And you just hear these kind of infant screams as you fall back from this, and you can do little to offer any solace to their lost souls.
well, I am luck. So if Joaquin brought me here, there's something I can do. And
Hmm.
while I'm shoveling, I'm going to start singing a lullaby that my mother sang to me when I was little.
Hmm.
And I may not be able to help them much because I'm a half-orc and God only knows if I can even sing in tune. But at
Mm-hmm.
least I'm going to whistle while I work, so to speak. And
Okay.
try to soothe them with this orcish lullaby.
And to keep yourself sane
Hmm.
as you are completely here in isolation. And whilst this is going on, you see your mother sort of appears, and they recognize this lullaby. This is one they would have sung to you. And as such, when they appear, they sing, but they have tears streaming down their face as they look at the fire pit. Not a look of horror, but almost a look of they know what tragedy befell them here,
Mhm.
and they can't bring themselves to say it.
Okay. I'm going to notice, Mom, but I'm going to keep setting up my camp because it'd be stupid for me to freeze to death.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
you know. So
All
I'm going
right.
to keep working on everything.
Got it. And then finally, back to Hulla. You're the last one remaining. You truly are all alone now. But what do you do from here on out? Because the day goes by and you're still left.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep busy. So I'm making stacks of logs. I am counting out the rations that I have. I am, you know, peeking around the perimeter to see if there's anyone coming.
Hmm.
I am trying to keep active, keep my mind active, and keep guard.
Yeah.
And I'm guarding this fire as if it's a person.
All right. Give me a survival check as well, as now all the jobs kind of fall on your head, keeping the fire going, checking the perimeter, everything that you had divvied up and delegated. It's now fallen to you, and though you're trying to
Guidancing
keep busy
myself.
and
Yep.
okay, guidance. A 12. Also happens to be a fail in the grand scheme of things. The DC is definitely getting harder with each day as you struggle to keep the fire alive. The weather has taken a fouler and fouler turn as well. And as you walk around in circles, it feels like you're not getting anywhere, not going anywhere. This cyclical motion almost sort of starts spiraling inwards, reflecting on how have you really done what you set out to do? Have you really saved more lives than you've taken? And it's something that swirls in your mind back again and again. And I needed to roll a wisdom save as well as part of this.
Oof.
And you can also add resistance.
Oh, I'm allowed to resist.
You can have resistance. The resistance will actually make that a success. So,
yeah.
Hulla, how do you actually cope with those thoughts? And is there anything else that might actually haunt Hulla in this moment? Is there any other doubts, perhaps about the test itself? And how do you reassure yourself?
Well, she is heavily in doubt about the test of cruelty that they just passed. And all those lives that she didn't actually take, but her companions did. And she didn't stop it. In fact, she encouraged them to do it. And she's trying to rationalize that it was what was needed to save a life. And that those people had taken lives that didn't deserve to die. And that therefore taking those lives was a good thing. And part of her mission. But she knows that she's kind of rationalizing it to herself. And that
the lie.
She's just trying to make herself feel better.
Yeah.
And she's trying to pray to Hades and say that maybe the fact that I'm here, the fact that I'm doing something is worth it. It's, I can't expect to be perfect, and I need to give myself some time to get it right. And that in this place of all places, there should be forgiveness because we're all just doing our best in a rotten situation.
Yeah.
And I hope that Hades can understand that and knows that I'm still meaning well and still, in the end, trying to do a good thing.
Yeah.
And it's like desperate pleading. Like, she doesn't...
Perfect.
It's a 50-50 chance whether Hades will believe it or not. Whether he'll understand and agree. Because she's not sure if it counts.
At some point during this thought process, you look back to the fire to make sure it's still burning, only to realize that it has changed color completely. The hue and the light that is giving off has shifted to a cold blue light.
Oh shit.
It's still burning, and yet it gives no heat. It feels like you're back in the Church of Hades.
Is this you? Are you here? If you are... I mean, I don't know what other sign I can ask for. But help me what to do. Help me figure out how to pass this test and all the other tests and every test to come.
Okay.
Give me a sign.
As you call out for a sign, you hear your own voice called back to you, almost like an echo that's just bouncing off of distant tundra mountains. There's this voice that sounds like yours, and it says, "Give me a sign! Give me a sign!" And then you hear your own voice say, "We can't expect such simple creatures to know the difference between our gods." And at that point, the blue flame coalesces into two piercing eyes. Horns protrude from this feathered form as you see the vision of Oral rising up out of the flame, stares down at you, Hulla, and there's this overwhelming sense of power from them as everything in the vicinity just freezes solid. The ice turns to sharpened icicles. Your heartbeat almost stops in mid-pulse. And as it stares directly at you, it seems to fill you with dread. I need you to give me another wisdom save on top of this as well.
This could go badly.
22. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, its talons reach out towards you, and it seems to swipe at you. And as you pull back just in time out of this frozen, petrified state, you are able to like reel back, and your mind just sort of kicks in and in self-preservation mode. And the reflexes mean that the claws rake just barely across your throat, and instead of slicing open your jugular, you see the holy symbol that's around your neck sort of being cut loose from its throng, and then you see that just like fall into the snow. The symbol of Hades just nearly buried underneath the ice. And as you like look down to see where it landed, and then look back up, the flame sort of bursts and flickers away back to, or rather goes out completely, I should say. Just completely extinguishes.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
And you are left
And
there
she'll call
in the
out.
freezing cold.
Tell us what you need. Tell us.
You look up
And
and call this out, and as you see the snowflake above your head, it sort of bursts and vanishes. And you are left with just a distant screech of like it sounds like a barn owl that's just sort of screeching in the distance.
Okay, well I don't know what that was, but she's gonna run into and get the embers that that Ashanti had put in the second pot, and use those to reignite the fire.
Okay, yeah. It takes some work, and I'm gonna say it's not impossible. You'll eventually do it, but this takes some time to get it going. I'm gonna give me a frost saving throw as well, as you were very much in the presence of Oral just for a brief moment.
Yeah.
And with these, they are DC. Oh my god, smashing the rolls. I was gonna say, as with these, they're like DC 30 because they're like almost impossible. But hey, that's just smashed out of the park. Yeah, tirelessly working to get this fire back and up and running, and then you get it up in time before the blizzard takes your warmth away. Resetting the fire, and I'm gonna say, because that was a nat 20, I'm gonna say for the next couple days, in fact, you manage to stave off the cold. And it is a couple of days because this is day 4. It takes day 5 and day 6 before the tribe finally return. When you see their sleds in the distance, it is a heavy relief, because not only are they finally returning with their spoils, but you see on their sleds are several bodies that you recognize. Ashanti, 607, and Skrapp are all laid out on individual sleds and being pulled in. I need a frost save from everyone else as well, please. You have been out in the cold during this blizzard. Although Ashanti, yeah, no, you did fail your survival check in the end. You definitely did, and the wisdom save on top of that. Okay, Skrapp's looking great. 6 or 7 is taking 1 level of exhaustion, and then finally 1 for
Wait.
Ashanti.
I should be higher.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, give me a
Yeah.
second.
Because I have the Boots of Winter. So it should be
That's
plus
an extra
5 for that, right?
Okay, yeah, it's an extra 5 then. Okay, well that's a success then. No worries.
It's not. I don't know how to adjust it. It's not giving me the extra 5.
So if you go to your character sheet, and
Mhm.
there's on the first page, it says like frost protection. You can change that number.
Frost.
It's a reach. Yeah, it's cold weather protection, and you can just change the number from a 17 to
Oh.
a 22.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That'll do the job. There you go. And then
Okay.
finally Ashanti.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. For some reason, my eyes just weren't seeing it.
That's okay. You're all good. Oh wow, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It looks as though they were sheltered in the trees for some time. That none of them look frostbitten. They just look like they were passed out, like they fell unconscious at some point. And with them is, of course, the whole tribe. Grava, the giant cat's pulling one of these sleds, and it dumps it dumps your party in front of you, and then kind of like licks its paws.
Thank you, good
Uh,
kitty, for bringing everybody back. And the rest of you. I'm sorry we made a mess of your tents, but we got desperate when you didn't come back. And I will go
yes.
to reach out to all my companions and see if I can wake them up. Do medicine checks.
They do. Yeah, they do come around. You just kind of jostle them awake, and they come out of the stupor.
Are
And
you
they see
okay?
you.
What happened? Okay, we're all here.
That's
They
disappointing.
were out in the cold. He says. Yeah, unfortunately, 6 or 7. In the last moment of your dream, you remember the door opening up. You remember seeing Shona there ready, and there being an absolute clash. This battle was about to take place as your traps, your spells all go flying, and they're trying to kill you in return. You can see poison-tipped crossbow bolts firing into the room, trying to incapacitate you. And just as that clash is about to go down, you kind of jostled awake and out of it. So you're almost seeing 6 or 7 like mid-spell, like trying to fling something, but they kind of snap out of it.
I knew she was stupid trying to use poison against me. Jeez, didn't they learn anything?
Who was using poison against you?
Sister Shona.
Not us.
What?
No.
How did she get here? Is she still here?
She took me somewhere. Back to the... Well... No, it couldn't have been. It's too
How
far
did you-
south.
How did she get here? That doesn't. None of this makes any sense.
She found me in the snow. Took me apart. Tried to learn something, but apparently she's as dumb as I think.
But you're fine now? You're not... You're okay?
Yeah, I had a little bit of fun. Too bad I couldn't finish her off. How's everybody else doing?
We found your friends in the snow, wandering around aimlessly. They are safe though.
Oh,
And you see,
thank you for bringing
they're
them
good at
back.
of course, it's the least we could do for keeping our camp in order. And they look around the tents. We will fix this.
It's fixable.
But first-
Oh yeah, it's fixable.
A feast. And they place down a massive like elk venison onto the fire and start cooking it with pots and stoves, etc. The vultures are returning as well. The rest of you can respond. Hulla is very concerned about you all.
Where do you guys get up to?
Skrapp sort of smells the food and is like, wait, I'm back? Wait, but I didn't leave. So you're back? Why am I on a sled? How did that happen?
What? How did you even leave the camp? You were.
I didn't.
I mean, we couldn't find you anywhere.
What were you
You were
doing?
just gone.
I was in one of the tents doing some calculations, and when I came out, everyone was gone. On a plus note, I might have a clue as to where Spellix is. It was in a dream,
Who?
possibly, so...
Alex.
Oh,
Who's
Spellix
Spellix?
Spellix is my gnome friend that I'm looking for. Did I not mention that? I feel like I must have mentioned
Might
that
have
at
been.
least
I
one
don't
point.
pay attention to everything you say. I don't know.
I don't care about most of the things you say, but I don't think you did mention Spellix.
Well, either way, they're a gnome who basically taught me how, well, taught me how to do some of the things I do, that and my parents, yeah, kind of looking for them, because when I woke up from, well, you heard when I got found by the other kobolds that, it was in like a wreckage. Well, they should have been in that wreckage with me, but they weren't, so I've kind of been looking with them as well as looking for Nas so I can melt them. Not Spellix, I don't want to melt Spellix. Spellix is cool.
You want to meet your parents.
Did we pass the test? I mean, Christ that was days. I mean, is the lesser restoration still working on him? Or the preservation spell or whatever you passed?
I did recast
to
it.
keep him?
You did recast it.
So
Yeah,
he's
you
good
said
for-
you did.
Yep, he was
How many
good for 10
do we
days.
have left?
I don't know. We've been here for 5
6.
days? 6. So,
Yeah, well,
another
where's
4?
that
as you-
druid?
Yeah, I was literally saying, yeah, as you ask out, where is, did we pass the test? You do see on the very faint outskirts, there is a frost druid waiting for you, and you see the little ferret, the white one. Actually, it's a weasel, but in any case, it hops up to you, and you can see it's like running circles around you, Ashanti. Almost like sort of in a joyous, jumping for joy kind of way, like celebratory, doing circles around you, and leaps up around, does a little flip, spins its body
Thank
around. Here he is.
Thank you, but we really have to meet the druid. So if you're her, could you please change back?
I think they're still out
They-
there, right?
They hop away in the
Vincent's-
snow, and then look back over their shoulder as if to like have you follow them.
Right,
Alright,
let's,
Yeah, we're coming. Thank you, Tiger
Wait,
Tribe.
is all my
yep.
Been a weird
everybody grab
experience.
yeah, everybody grab your stuff, backpacks, bedrolls, everything. Wait, little fella, just give us a minute to collect our stuff. And because I don't know where you're leading us or if we'll come back.
Oh, there's a cat in my
They-
way.
They begin to kind of scamper back, and then wait for you. And as you all make your way one by one away, you see 6 or 7. Yep, you're going. Okay, got your snow globe with you. Ashanti, you're the last one to leave by the looks, and which is fitting because Bjornhild grabs your shoulder as you're trying to like get past her, and she stares directly into your face and says, "Wait. While you may be a emissary of Oril, for now, the next time we meet won't be on such peaceful terms."
Anytime, anywhere.
You still got that you still got the orc stone on you,
yeah.
She begins
You
to
may
lift.
not think that I am worthy of this. This was my mother's. And she was worthy of it. She still is worthy of it. And if you have something to say about that, you can say it to my halberd right before I slash your throat from ear to ear.
My girl.
See, as she snarls in your face, almost much like Grava is here. But Grava seems to be not really paying attention to this conflict. They are just sitting down there, licking their paws. But you see, Bjornhild is definitely suddenly baring her own fangs, if you will. And as she does, she pulls out her own orc stone. And you see that it's not just one, but a whole string of them. There's about a dozen or so in total. No, maybe not that many. Let's say like 4 or 5 or of these. And she's as she pulls them out, you see they are all upside down compared to yours. They're strung in much the same fashion, but they're upside down. And she says, "You can try, but I've already taken many more. You would be no different.
Ah!
Now add this to my collection."
Well, I have moms. We fight, I will take yours.
She lets go of your shoulder in a kind of shoving, pushing manner, like push you away from the camp. And you see that a lot of the tribesmen are looking a little bit wary, as if a fight is about to go down. And you can see they've got weapons drawn, but they don't know who they are trying to stop or intervene with. But they do back away from you, Ashanti, as you make your way out. They clearly fear and respect Bjornhild, but
I am
they
gonna
are
walk
also
out
fear.
with
They also fear and respect Oral. Sorry, go on.
I'm gonna walk out with my head held high, and my halberd in my hand in case I'm ambushed.
All right. Okay. Has it clicked yet? That's all I wonder.
What? Did I miss something? I'm sorry.
This orc stone. I wonder
Is
if I
it
can
cat
do this.
ears?
No, it's supposed to be orc tusks. Is what I've decided it's probably supposed to be. And if my mother's inside it, that means that all of the orc stones on her necklace have orc spirits in them. So, while I've got a mission to bring Geist back, I'm noting in the back of my head that when all this is done, I may very well come back and see if I can take her position in the tribe.
Well,
I don't want to run a barbarian tribe, I really don't. But, if that's what I have to do to get the orc stones back, that is what I'll do.
this is what I mean
And
by it looks upside down on their person. So they're threaded like this. If you're
mhm.
seeing the map, this is your
So, theirs
orc
looks
stone. It
like
looks like
theirs
this.
looks almost like saber-tooth fangs.
Yeah, or vampire fangs. Well, if mine are
And
tusks, then theirs would be saber-tooth fangs, which would make sense for the tiger tribe.
your mother gave you this, of course.
And she was given it by the polar bear.
No, she wasn't given it by the polar bear. No, 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 no. She always had this.
I thought when the polar
This
bear
was
pulled
hers.
her out. How did the
Yeah, the polar bear
ice?
pulled her out. Absolutely. It never gifted them this.
Oh, I wrote
No,
the
no.
notes down wrong. I am so sorry.
Oops.
I wrote it down that the polar bear gave her the orc stone. Ooh,
Mm,
I messed that up. Okay.
that's all right. No worries. It's not a big deal. Just note that it's clearly something identical to the ones that they have, just that they are strung up upside down instead. Um, and yeah, I think you got it. By the way, James has definitely clocked it. They are like saber-tooth fangs rather than orc tusks. They are absolutely part of the tiger tribe symbol, and you saw this same symbol on the signet ring on the bedside table of Bjornhild. It's the
Well,
tiger's tribe.
yeah. Well,
Um,
I need to look forward now that we're through that. I'm looking
mhm.
for the druid because we need to know if that was test 3 or test 3 and 4.
That's a good
Um,
question.
and we
Well,
and we can ask the boon of bringing Geist back and find out if
when you
Barritomus was okay.
yeah, when you get within like speaking distance of the frost druid, she wastes no time and swirls her staff in the air, and a localized blizzard begins to surround you. And as it encapsulates you and whites out your vision, you suddenly come back to solid stone underneath your feet, and you can hear Barry's voice as well calling out from a distance. And as the whiteout then fades away and the blizzard subsides, you are standing exactly where you were at the altar. And the frost druid lowers her staff and clunk puts it back down on the stone and just awaits you. Barry is still here with all the axe beaks, Bits, and Andy. Um, Barry's set up like a little tent. He's got his own stove or his cooking pot going, and looks like he's been camped out here for a while. He turns around and tells you, "It's been 6 days. Where the hell have you been?" And he,
Wasn't our choice.
ah, well, you're back now. That's the good thing.
Are you
Yep.
okay?
He's also fully rested. I'll make sure he's fully rested as well. Yeah, yeah. He's no longer injured. He looks fine. He looks like he's got all his extremities. He hasn't died to frostbite. He's um perhaps just a little bit what's the word, irritated that he's had to sit here and waited for so long. So is that you can detect that in his demeanor, but there's also a look of relief that you guys are all okay. But I'll let him play that out with you guys next time because I'm sure he'll be
Okay.
back by then. But for now, well, actually, the final test you mentioned that she does say the final test is the test of preservation. And her eyes look towards Geist's body that has actually been lifted and placed upon the altar since you've been gone. It's now laying there. And she says, "You wish to preserve this one?"
Survive.
Bring him back to life as himself, with his memories
Then,
and his soul intact.
then you wish to preserve the wolf tribe.
If that's what that
If that is
means.
what it takes,
Hmm.
The wolf tribe are destined to a bloody end without a strong and wise leader.
they're going to bring in somebody from outside of Icewindale. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. speaking out loud.
The current path the Wolf Tribe is on is destined to doom. Which means you bringing Vilgeist here means you seek to preserve their tribe. As he may very well be the only one who can stop them. And change their
Okay.
path.
So what do we need to do for you to bring them back?
She says, you need to trust. Trust in Aura. That she too wishes to preserve the tribe.
Why would she want to preserve one tribe over another? All the others. I mean, in the last test, we guarded a camp of one tribe going off to kill another. She clearly didn't care about the elk tribe if she let the tiger tribes slaughter them. So why does she care about the wolf tribe over the tiger tribe?
Because the Wolf tribe has demonstrated they know what needs to be done to survive. And she looks at each of you as she says this, because the Wolf tribe has passed the other tests.
So if the wolf tribe has passed their test, will you grant us the boon of bringing Geist back whole, sane, with his memories and his soul intact?
It is not for me to decide, but Oral.
So how do we ask Oral?
I will ask her, but I cannot promise she will answer. This is why you must trust. And she offers out her hand and says, the reagents, that is all that is required.
Okay, let's run to the back. I'll run to the axe beaks and get all the potions and everything out of the saddles there and bring them back.
Yeah, and realizing that you have to go get them all, she simply goes around to the other side of the altar and stands there, and then gestures towards the altar for you to place them yourself. And one by one,
Would it be
you can all gather
better
around and do that.
for Hulla to place them because she's our cleric?
Yeah,
I don't think.
anyone can help.
Yep, Skrapp's just gonna grab some of them and just put them on the altar and be like, if they need to be somewhere specific, let me know, but otherwise I'm just gonna put them on the altar because druidic magic is not like my magic, so I don't know how it works.
Yeah, it does seem there's no like set way to place them. You're used to like intricate symbols and circles that have to go in an alignment and pattern. Whereas this druidic magic seems to be like, so long as they're in a natural vicinity, they seem to be fine. They don't seem fussy. Does everyone place something upon the altar? And that question mostly goes to 6 or 7. Do you place anything on the altar to help?
I do not.
Okay. Interesting. All right. You see that she begins casting a spell.
I'm going to pick up the weasel and hold it up so it can see.
Okay. Yeah, sure. This little noodle arms plop over yours as it's waiting and watching. And she begins conjuring what feels like a powerful spell. The reagents all begin to sort of glow with this blue light. And as it reaches up, and touches over Geist's body, you see it begins to slowly encompass them as well. And there's this kind of faint fire, just like tickling across their skin. And she is chanting and culminating in this ritual towards this what feels like it's going to be a climactic end as she finishes the ritual and slams down her staff. But as she does so, the flames flicker out. The reagents dim. And there is no change on Geist.
Did it not work? Or is there a time that we need to wait?
You cannot expect Oral to answer immediately. She is a cold, uncaring goddess. If she
Good.
does not answer now, then I cannot expect an answer for a long time. Perhaps ever. There is no certainty. I am merely a conduit. When Oral is ready to gift me that power, then I can complete my ritual. But until then, they must remain here. You must place your trust in Oral.
But you've done this before, right? How long did it take last time?
She looks to you, Hulla, and just simply says, in kind of almost an irritated tone, "It will take as long as it takes. Oral has no care for your timelines or urgency."
Oh,
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just saying, y'all see a couple of tears slide down Ashanti's face, and without thinking, she uses the weasel to dry her tears.
yeah.
Little whiskers tickle your nose as they do.
Skrapp, whilst that's going on, quickly rushes back over to the axe beaks and grabs Geist's short swords and short bow, and will just place them with Geist, as well as like some of his other basic equipment. I mean, just like, well, if we don't know how long it's gonna be, then time. We've still got other things that we need to do. You've got your whole headache, Rob. We've got the goblins to take. I don't think we can just wait here forever, so leave what we can to help them catch up once they come back. And I just have to make do and just hope that things happen, you know? Unless you really just want to sit on top of a mountain and wait for something that may or may not happen.
No, I don't think we should wait. But, Manas the Druid, will you cast preservation spell to keep his body until such time as his soul may return?
She looks towards Hulla and says, "It seems you have already been doing such a thing. Your test of preservation has already completed. Hulla, if you would, preserve them perhaps one last time."
Yes, of course. And I cast Gentle Repose. That will last another 10 days.
She nods.
Hopefully.
Says, "Yeah, go on."
Well, hopefully that will last long enough.
He says, one can hope. If by the end of the 10 days, I will deem that if they have still not been, if I still not have an answer, then I will deem it that Oral has chosen to let this one succumb to the call after all.
Okay. Is that all we can do? Is there anything we can...
I will not provide you any comfort or hope, for Oral provides us none either.
So,
This is her will, and it is in her hands.
right. I mean, yep. No, sucks, but I guess we just gotta hope and carry on, you know?
She did say it was trust, so we are going to
Exactly.
trust the process. Maybe this is another test.
Maybe this is what we have to do. We've done everything that we can.
Mm-hmm.
Gone through all the
Exactly.
tests. Faced Oral. And she'll... Hulla will take out Geist's wolf pelt cloak that she's been hanging on to, and she's gonna lay it on like over top of him like a blanket on the altar. And my friend, I hope you come back to us. If you cannot, this will keep you warm.
I'm sorry.
And
I really, really like your quiver. So I'm going to keep it a little while longer, but if you come back, it's yours.
I mean, and Scrap's just like, I mean, unless you guys really want me to, I'm gonna keep his cold weather stuff because I don't have my own and I don't want to freeze. Once he comes back, I'll find my own and, you know, but...
keep it if it's useful.
And I think during this time, we see that Barry has completed work on a number of other trinkets, and most definitely will offer something as well as part of this. Maybe he's carved out like a little wolf, scrimshaw wolf,
Aww.
and he places that next to Geist as well. And he's like, "Hope you come back to us, buddy." Either that, or I'll see you in another life, he says. But yeah, Barry seems no stranger to letting go previous party members. He's had to go through that a lot as well. But it seems like there is nothing left but this silence and cold on this mountaintop. And a very long wait. Feels almost as if Geist themselves have to undergo a test of isolation all themselves.
Okay. Anybody have anything else to say?
Oh,
Go kill some
I'm
goblins.
sorry, little weasel.
Goblin killing it.
Yeah, let's get down the mountain, kill some goblins, and then I guess go find that crashed ship. Or if you guys don't want to do that, I'm happy to just take the stone and head that way myself. Then.
I'll come with you if you're going. I think I need to. Even if the others don't.
Fair enough.
Barry does say, weren't we going to go check out the Black Cabin first?
Oh yeah, black cabin loop that way down. Yeah, that sounds right.
And then
Oh,
goblins.
the black cabin, could that be where Spellix is? That's away from the 10 towns, but would have a door. Probably.
Perhaps. I'll bring you back to the map so we can have a little look. But
What
I think
did
that's
the
not the map. My bad.
did the druid, did she say what she meant by the wolf tribe has been doing the test as well? I would have asked about that if nobody else clarified.
Yeah, you
No,
can
he
roll an
didn't
insight check as
specify.
well because there might
Yeah.
be anyone
I
who
was gonna
wants to
wait. I
can
was
roll
gonna
an
wait until everybody
insight.
left and then do it separately. But yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you might be able to just uh, ordain what she meant by that.
Well, I was gonna
By
flat
just
out ask
like,
her.
yeah, okay. She Scrap would also kind of pick up on this. You know, when she looked at you guys, she was literally like saying the wolf tribe has already been undergoing the tests. She was looking directly at you guys. And if you ask her directly, she says, "Are you not a wolf tribe as well?"
No,
Hmm.
Just
we're
him, and
not.
he didn't go through the trials, to be honest.
Yeah. To be fair, he didn't do anything in the trials. He was kind of dead weight.
I mean,
He
it might
says,
be that. I mean, it might be that they're saying that Geist saw you as like his wolf tribe, even if not officially. I guess. Maybe. I'm not good with
Maybe.
sentimental stuff.
He never said anything like that. But
he says,
And usually there's an indoctrination. The other ones was like the
mhm.
tribe leader had to okay stuff, and we haven't met the
So
tribe leader of the wolf pack, so
she says,
Well, didn't they imply it was Geist?
he's not the leader.
They said that
Leader's
"Well,
that
the
I will."
survival depends on him.
depends on him, but he's not the leader. The leader's that other guy. I can't remember his name.
Mhm.
That Geist doesn't like.
Isa.
Isar. Yeah. Apparently he's a big
He
dude. Doesn't
says,
wear frost clothing even though it's cold. He's a big guy.
"I have never seen a wolf travel on its lonesome. A wolf will always form a pack."
does that mean that we're tribe just through befriending? Again, he didn't say anything, but
Really unclear rules then, and kind of lax, rules for joining. They should figure
There
that
are
out.
many, there can be many packs. The wolf tribe is not just one pack.
Ah, like cells.
And that's true of the actual tribes themselves. You do know that, for example, there used to be a lot of bear tribes, but in more recent times, it's only kind of been consolidated into one. The winter has been so harsh that it's sort of forced them all to band together. But yeah, there are plenty of wolf tribes, like packs, you could call them, different sects of them. But yeah, in any case, it's sort of splitting hairs. Um, yeah, she doesn't go into that much detail on it. She simply speaks in a much more vague and mystical tone and simply says that, yeah, she's never seen a lone wolf.
well, can I ask you one last question before we go?
Hmm.
I think I
Yes.
saw Oral, and she didn't kill me, but she did take a swipe at my necklace, my amulet. Do you know what that means? Am I supposed to
Hmm.
worship her now too? Because I don't know that I can, but is that what she wanted?
She says Oral has had a bad record with other gods. They have been as cruel to her as she has to them. Many gods attempt to snuff out her last spark of divinity, but she endured.
Oh, she's just expressing some animosity. I guess I can get that.
Hmm.
Hmm. Do you have any insight into what she wants? Is she in trouble? We've been trying to figure out why she's changed the landscape, and no one seems to know. You're the closest one to her.
Oops, sorry. Apologies. Uh,
That's her response.
Mr. Rocky. Yeah, bruh. She doesn't know. She literally does not question Oral's will. She is only asked to. Yeah, she says, "It is not my duty to ask. It is my duty to follow.
Mm-hmm.
It is only required of me that I be her hand."
Okay.
That is
I
what
didn't
faith
expect you.
is it not?
Well, sometimes understanding your God means understanding what they want from us. I mean, I don't claim to know everything, but sometimes Hades tells us what he wants. Oral has been much more mysterious. She's changed a lot of people's lives without telling them what she needs from them.
Hmm.
So just a different style.
At the mention of the word faith, your mind can't help but harken back to Faith herself
Mm-hmm.
and realizing that she perhaps is the only follower of Oral who has been asking questions. And yet, you wouldn't question her faith in Oral. In fact, she absolutely has full intention of following her, meeting her, and getting to the bottom of this.
Mm-hmm.
But if Oral asked her to do something, you kind of gather the idea that Faith probably would follow through with it. But she is literally the only one asking those questions as well.
I mean, that's the thing. Spending so long with Faith, and Faith, who was unquestionably a follower and either
Yeah.
taken or accepted by Oral, but she never had any insight as to what Oral wanted,
Mm-hmm.
and that doesn't sit well with me. Yeah.
Mm. Whereas these frost druids seem to be simply following
Unquestioning.
blindly without,
Yeah.
unquestioning, yeah. And
But
maybe what Oriel needs is a follower who is as devout as them, but is willing to get to the bottom of it. And if she wasn't pleased with Faith, she would have stripped her of her power. She would have not allowed her to be a cleric under her.
mm, hmm
That would have been cut off. Like if you started questioning your own god, and you imagine that that connection would be severed very quickly. So there is something to be said that Oral isn't isn't opposed to a follower reaching out to them. And we did see when Oral effectively kidnapped her, we
hmm
saw there was a sign of emotion in behind that cold, cruel exterior. There was a sign. There was something going on. But and Faith was unperturbed. She sort of stepped forward, reached out, despite clearly being in imminent danger. Didn't hesitate to try and form that connection and ask her the questions that needed to be asked. We
mm
still don't know where Faith is, where she is, and what's happened to her. But you
If
imagine
she's
when
been
you
taken to
meet her
paradise
again.
or punished. Yeah.
Yeah,
Still don't know.
exactly. But you do imagine when you do finally find her, she'll probably have some answers for those
Mm.
questions that you seem to get nothing from these druids. Right. Well, with that, heading back to the base of the mountain, you pass by your the avalanche, where you got into the gully, and you head out from there. And it's only about 6 miles towards the Black Cabin, which you can easily make um, without little effort. In fact, I'm just going to check the old weather, see what it is now, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a blizzard. Nope. But it is a frigid wind. Oh, Jesus. Okay, to round off the night, um, and so that we can start fresh with the Black Cabin next week, just give me one more frost save.
Okay. Hmm.
And I will drag you to the old Black Cabin map. Okay.
That's a low roll for Skrapp. It's still over 20, so.
All right. There we go. Just dump it down here. Perfect. 21, 32. Hmm. All right. Oh, that's a 3. That's sorry, a 28 on a 3. Yeah, you guys are just cooking. Very warm in that there. What's it called? Ring of Frost. Ring of Warming. 38, 31. So I think only Skrapp out of everyone here. The frigid wind is biting down and basically just eating into your scales, piercing your warm exterior. There is nothing you can really do except for just pushing on, and you know that the Black Cabin isn't that far. You will make it within the next hour or so, but unfortunately, you do get one level. That's it.
I've added it.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll end on this.
How long did it take to get there from the mountain?
So 6 miles is well, you can check on the old travel times.
I think it's about. I'm not sure.
Less than a day or a
Travel
full day?
times. I'm just trying to work that out because you're on axe speed, so it's not that bad, honestly.
Yeah, so
I know. I'll go to the map.
typically 3 miles would be an hour on foot. But obviously,
Yeah. So that counts 6 miles. From the base of the mountain, 6 miles, and that's about the same distance from Goodmead to East Haven, or Bremen to Brinchander. So Bremen to Brinchander normally takes like 6 hours, but that is halved when you're on an axe peak, so it's only 3. So,
Okay,
it's about 3 hours. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. So then the Black Cabin. I'm going to just end on this then. So as you arrive at this place, it is. Okay, so perched at the edge of a snowy ridge above a gorge is a black cabin, a lodge on wooden stilts. And whatever path might have led to this ramshackle retreat lies completely buried under snow. No one's been here for a long, long time. You can see icy steps climb to a snow-covered walkway that clings to the south side of the structure, and the building's slumped posture and sagging snow-covered roof, coupled with the broken windows and loose flapping shutters, suggest utter abandonment. There are large snowdrifts huddled around the rotting stilts and engulf a nearby woodshed and outhouse that looks like they've collapsed. Only the wind visits this sinister-looking place. And that is where we will leave tonight's session for now. Just outside the old black cabin, where you hope to meet a man known as Macredus, who was a partner with Copper Knocker, which is a little gnome sort of artificer, I guess you could say. They were working on something that could end the rime of the Frostmaiden, something that could bring about the end to winter, this permanent cold. Whether they've succeeded or not remains to be seen, but it's not looking promising just from the outside. And that's where we'll wrap up and resume next week. Hopefully with Barry, who I feel like you're gonna need, as maybe tinkering might be involved. But hey, we got
Yeah.
Skrapp too. Maybe their minds together.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see you all then.
No.
Bye bye for now.
Bye for now.
Bye.